Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the joint meeting of the Santa Clara City Council and Stadium Authority Board. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Confirmation of a quorum, Assistant City Clerk.
Confirm a quorum, Madam Mayor.
All right, we have one item on the agenda, which is Public Employee Performance Evaluation pursuant to Government Code 54957B1, Title City Attorney. And I know I'm supposed to say something else, City Attorney?
Madam Mayor, yeah, just I wanted to
Yes.
note for the record that we'll be joined in that by Dan Keene, the city's contract performance facilitator.
That's what it was. Thank
And
you.
also wanted to note that should any legal assistance be needed, Sue Reuter is on standby to be summoned in and to assist you.
Thank you very much. Is there any member of the public that would like to make a comment on this closed session item? Do we have anyone online, Vin?
Madam Mayor, there are no requests to speak.
Thank you very much. We will adjourn to closed session. We will be back at 7 p.m. for open session. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council Stadium Authority. Can you turn that off, please? Board, I'd like to call this meeting to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Roll call, Assistant City Clerk.
Council Board Member Gonzalez.
Present.
Council Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Council Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Council Board Member Park.
Here.
Council Board Member Jane.
Here.
Vice Mayor Chair Cox.
Here.
Mayor Chair Gilmore.
Here.
AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of Behavioral Standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that, as the presiding officer, the mayor's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. Registered lobbyists speaking in a lobbying capacity are required to identify themselves as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that he or she represents at any meeting held with city officials or at public meetings, pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110.
So good evening, everyone, and welcome. For today's meeting, the council's back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure that members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item, so we'll move on now to the council agenda. But before we do that, I'm going to be asking for a moment of silence in memory of Craig Connolly, founder and president of Santa Clara Lions football. Today, we pause to honor the life and legacy of Craig Connolly, a true champion of Santa Clara youth who recently passed away after dedicating more than 40 years of his life to building young leaders through the Santa Clara Lions Pop Warner Football Club. Craig wasn't just a coach. He was a mentor, a second father, and a cornerstone of our Santa Clara community. Under his extraordinary leadership, the Lions became one of the most successful Pop Warner programs on the West Coast, winning over 40 division titles, 45 league championships, and making multiple Pop Warner Super Bowl appearances. His impact extended beyond the scoreboard and trophies. Craig shaped thousands of young lives, teaching discipline, teamwork, sportsmanship, and the value of hard work. As one former player shared, Craig was an amazing person. I really got more out of his coaching than I did from high school. He prepared young men not just for football, but for life, including future service in the military, careers in coaching, and leadership in their communities. Craig's dedication knew no bounds. He helped kids who couldn't afford to play football, paying for their equipment and giving them rides to practices and games. He celebrated victories with pizza parties and taught life lessons that lasted decades. His famous Lions van became a symbol of his commitment, and his trademark lion's mane beard made him instantly recognizable throughout Santa Clara. Craig took immense pride in the uniform and in looking good, sounding good, and carrying yourself proudly. He made every player feel like a leader, teaching them that being a lion meant something special. His philosophy extended beyond football. He helped raise Townsend Field from an abandoned lot to a field envied by all, creating a home where generations of Santa Clara children could learn and grow. Craig's contributions to our community were recognized through his induction into both the Pop Warner Hall of Fame and the Santa Clara Unified School District Hall of Fame. He received the 49ers Perry Yonemine, I probably said that wrong, Unity Award for promoting unity within teams and communities, and was named Coach of the Year by the San Jose Police Athletic League. A proud 1967 graduate of Buchser High School, Craig was known throughout Santa Clara not only for his distinctive lion van and trademark lion's mane beard, which we talked about, but also as a caring owner of Bruno's Automotive, who would work on cars to help people get to work. He was a dedicated businessman who gave back generously to the community in countless quiet ways. Craig's philosophy was simple yet profound. No should-haves, could-haves, or would-haves. He taught generations of Santa Clara children to give their best effort and live without regrets. His former players remember him as someone who created something unmatched, a program where boys became men, players became coaches, and a community was built through shared dedication and pride. The testimonials from his former players tell the true story of his impact. He was my coach, my friend, my second father, a true legend. He inspired many kids and adults over the years to give back and pay it forward. Legends are never forgotten. He is survived by his beloved wife, Linda, who stood behind him throughout his decades of service to Santa Clara youth, helping with equipment, weigh-ins, and countless other behind-the-scene tasks that made the Lions program possible. Today, as we observe a moment of silence, we remember Craig Connolly, not just as a coach, but as a builder of character, a creator of champions, and a man whose influence will continue to shape our community for generations to come. He was Santa Clara history, a passionate advocate whose primary focus was always providing the best for Santa Clara's children. The roar of the Lions will forever echo his legacy, and the thousands of lives he touched will carry forward his teachings of pride, dedication, and community service. So if you could please give a moment of silence in honor of Craig Connolly. Thank you for that. And I know that there might be some that would like to say a few words. I see Coach, or at least tell us when the celebration of life will be happening. I think it's sometime in July. I see Coach Roger here. Maybe you can let us know. Thank you, Coach.
Okay, this is the first time we're going to speak about this, so it's really hard. Craig was he was a father. He was a father to everybody that stepped on that field. The Celebration of Life, we're going to have at Townsend Field on the 12th of July at 2:30 in the afternoon. All's welcome. We'll have an open mic and share our stories. I know we got a lot of players and fellow coaches that want to come out, and we're going to have a great time. Linda's going to spend time with talking to anybody that wants to talk. She couldn't make it today. This is too soon, too hard.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny when she said that earlier today. I didn't think it was. Craig was a mentor to myself, who started with Lions football 20 years ago. And, you know, one of the biggest messages he had, he said, right when you think your team is about you, coach, it's not. It's about the team. Right when you think it's about the team, it's not. It's about our Lions football. And right when you think it's about Lions football, it's not. It's about Pop Warner football in the region. And right when you think it's about Pop Warner in our region, it's about Pop Warner nationwide. I'm like, okay. And he goes, right when you think about that, it's not. It's about every single player and their soul. And that's how you got to treat it. It's always about something bigger. And he told me that message probably about 17 years ago. And it's funny, I just reflect on it constantly because it is about the kids. One of the things I want to share, I know I'm running out of time. We got Gear Day on the 13th. We're going to put kids in youth football gear and everything. And it was always myself and a couple other coaches in there when we did gear. It's going to be super hard because Craig, even up to this last spring season, came out and he made sure he put the shoulder pads and fitted them. He made sure he put the helmet on the kid and the player. And the last thing he would always do to the player, put his hand over the top of their forehead. And it didn't dawn on me until I was talking to Kian later on about how hard that day's going to be for us because we're not going to have him there. But thank you so much for honoring him. Linda's been amazing, and really our whole Lions football family has come together just to cover this. So thank you so much.
I wanted to say it's not just Lions football. There's the cheerleading aspect of Lions. My sister was a cheerleader for
We're going to get back to be really strong and bold.
Yeah, she was a cheerleader for Lions football. So it's touched a lot of people in the community.
Yes.
Thank you for showing up today, and we'll show up on the 12th.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. I'm going to move on now to back to the agenda. Reports of action taken in closed session. There was no action taken in closed session today. Continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations. Do we have any from anyone? Ben, do we have any? Seeing none? Okay. We're going to move on to our very first special order of business this evening. Santa Clara is proud to proclaim the month of June as Pride Month. Pride Month began in June 1969 when protesters stood their ground against police raids on the Stonewall Inn, a gay bar in New York City. The Stonewall Uprising sparked the gay rights movement and changed our country forever. Pride Month is a time to honor the movement and celebrate the generations of LGBTQ+ people who have fought to live openly and authentically. There are over 300 anti-trans legislative bills introduced that attack the basic fundamental rights of our LGBTQ+ communities. More than 60 countries have anti-LGBTQ+ laws, which have people seeking asylum in other countries. The time is now to stand united against discrimination and remind everyone that here in Santa Clara, we support the rights of all individuals. As part of the Office for Multicultural Learning, the Rainbow Resource Center educates, empowers, and celebrates the experiences and identities of the LGBTQ+ community at Santa Clara University. I invite Sarah Fernando, manager at the County of Santa Clara Office of LGBTQ Affairs, to the podium to say a few words. Sarah, when you're ready, please come forward. Welcome, Sarah.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor Gilmore and City Council members. My name is Sarah. I lead and manage the County of Santa Clara Office of LGBTQ Affairs. With me tonight is also my senior management analyst, Solly Surban. We are humbled and honored to accept this proclamation and also be in celebration with y'all last Friday, being able to celebrate your 9th annual LGBTQ Pride Month flag raising ceremony. Just to be here in community, especially during this moment in time, celebrating the contributions, the commitment, the joy, and the passion of the LGBTQ plus community. One thing I do want to uplift is just being mindful of what's going on in the country right now. It seems like last Friday, we're just so far removed going into this Tuesday, and looking at my social media feeds and looking at the people that are on the front lines fighting for immigration rights and LGBTQ rights, it's not a surprise to me to see a lot of LGBTQ leaders, allies, and folks just fighting for not just LGBTQ rights in this moment in time, but also immigrant rights. I feel that when it comes to Pride season, being able to see such leaders take charge when it comes to standing against human rights and immigration rights and being able to lead immigration rights is very important. And this is what we celebrate in Pride, to uplift those who have a legacy of standing up for human rights for not just LGBTQ, but for all. And what I want to uplift too is just Pride is also a moment for us to be able to celebrate joy, celebrate those that came before us, to be able to recognize that the work is still need to get done, but at this moment in time, we should also cherish, uplift, and celebrate those who have chosen to come out and live authentically in the community. So thank you for this proclamation, and we humbly celebrate Pride with you in solidarity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Would you like to say something? No? Would you like to pose up here with us with the proclamation? Please come forward then. And if you have anyone with you, Sarah? Anybody else? Okay.
And one more. Great. And I'll just take, if you can hold your positions 1 second.
So for our next special order of business, we are honored to proclaim June 19th, 2025 as Juneteenth in Santa Clara. On January 1st, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation to end slavery in the United States. On June 19, 1865, 3 years later, the Union Army marched to Galveston, Texas to enforce the Emancipation Proclamation, ending slavery for all in the United States. The celebration of Juneteenth reminds us of the promises of freedom, equality, and opportunity in America, promises which must be extended to all individuals. The city recognizes Juneteenth with the ongoing commitment to combat racial injustice in Santa Clara and other communities. Tonight, we are honored to have Executive Director Winston Ashby from Partee, known as Positive Alternative Recreational Team Building Impact, with us. As the founder of the Partee program, Winston has empowered over 50,000 youth through initiatives focused on violence prevention, leadership, and social equity, profoundly impacting youth and communities through his visionary leadership for the last 25 years. Partee partners with schools and civic leaders to develop action plans supporting diversity, equity, and inclusion. Partee supports our youth who have been discriminated and affected by racial practices in the Bay Area. I was going to say now I invite, but he's already there, Executive Director Winston Ashby to the podium to say a few words and tell us about your great work. Welcome.
Mayor, City Council, thank you for having me here today. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, "When your first name becomes boy and your middle name becomes nigger, and your mother and sister never gets the respected title they deserve, miss, then the question is not, will we be extremists, but what kind of extremists will we be?" Today, I stand before you providing the mayor, the Santa Clara City Council, the County of Santa Clara, and the state of California, and this country a proclamation. We communicate that all men and women are created equal. However, I represent a strong, great, and powerful heritage of melanin that this country tried to reduce as a slave for their own economic power, which they tried to make it to be a way of life. This proclamation communicates that all men and women are created equal. However, it's not reflected in the action when you take away diversity and inclusion. It's not reflected in the action when we attempt to take away needed health care support for all. It is not included in the action when we divisively take away workforce and career readiness programs for youth. And these are the youth who want to explore different pathways to traditional education. I am the emancipated voice who was brought here as slaves. I am the emancipated voice who advocates for those California tribes and indigenous souls who had their land taken away by colonialism. I am the emancipated voice who stands with the voices of all those who are in the streets of LA and around the country advocating for the voices who are not offered equity by this administration in this country. My call to action is to stand with the city of Santa Clara and to stand with all the cities and the communities and the civic leaders like yourselves so that we can all be a part of the solution and not the problem. A call to action to build healing and a healing nation, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And I appreciate you and I value so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Winston. That deserves a clap. So you had a proclamation for us. We have one for you too. So please come forward. Are you with anyone that you'd like up here?
By myself.
Oh, then you by yourself up front here with us.
I came by myself. I don't stand alone. Y'all stand together.
Kevin? All right, folks, hold that, stand by. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Take a few more. 1, 2, 3. Another one. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1 second. Let me take a picture here. Go. 1, 2, 3.
Regardless of why you are here today, regardless of why you are here, can we give this city council and mayor a great big round of applause for advocating?
Councilmember Jane, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, it's unfortunate that our guest has,
Yeah, he's left the building.
but I'm going to
Winston has left the building.
repeat, not a whole, but a few of my comments from the Pride flag raising ceremony. We live in scary times. We're currently seeing our rights being taken away, like denying due process to immigrants. Universities are being told whom to hire and whom to admit. News outlets are being banned or sued for saying negative things about the current administration. Local governments and agencies are being forced to sign pledges, otherwise federal funds are withheld. And right out of 1984, they're trying to rewrite history, like changing the name of the USNS Harvey Milk, a fleet replacement oiler ship. They're also considering renaming the USNS Thurgood Marshall, the USNS Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the USNS Harriet Tubman, the USNS Dolores Huerta, the USNS Lucy Stone, USNS Cesar Chavez, and USNS Medgar Evers. Again, we're living in scary times.
All right, moving on now. We have the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless an item is pulled for discussion. Do we have anybody? Vice Mayor Cox?
I'll be recusing myself from 3G, action to establish a Silicon Valley Power Scholarship, Sustainable Futures Post-Baccalaureate Fellowship, and to delegate authority to the city manager to negotiate a final grant agreement with Santa Clara University due to my position at the university.
Thank you, City Clerk, noting that abstention. Councilmember Gonzalez.
I want to make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
We have a motion second. As any member of the public want to pull any item for discussion? All right, seeing none, we have a motion by Councilmember Gonzalez, seconded by, I don't know who, Councilmember Chahal, noting 3G, Vice Mayor Cox's abstention. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. I believe next we have Boy, we're moving so fast. Okay. And that included the Stadium Authority item as well. All right, public presentations, and these are for items that are not on the agenda, and I believe we have a couple. We're going to start with Susan. Please come forward, and there's a PowerPoint with this as well? Yes, that's what I thought. Okay. Welcome, whenever you're ready.
Good evening, I'm Susan Hinton.
Susan, can you speak in the, or at least pull it up to you?
Is
Yeah,
that better?
That's much better, so those at home can hear you.
Okay.
Can we start all over, please, Vin?
Okay. Good evening, I'm Susan Hinton, a 30-year resident of Santa Clara, and I chair the Sierra Club Loma Prieta Chapter Plastic Pollution Prevention Committee. Tonight, I am continuing on the topic of nature versus unnecessary polluting petroleum-based plastics in Santa Clara. Over time, plastic wears out, cracks, and flakes. This is just as true for a plastic chair as it is for a plastic baby bottle or for a clear plastic bag from a supermarket. Though plastic breaks into pieces, it never goes away. It just becomes tinier and tinier as it settles into soil, washes into streams, or is lifted into the atmosphere. And as mentioned in a previous comment, those tiny pieces encase proprietary chemicals, many of which are listed by the United Nations as chemicals of concern. Inevitably, marine life, animals, and humans swallow, inhale, or otherwise ingest microplastics. And while the chemicals can increase the risk of disease, plastic itself, which has been found in human brains, organs, blood vessels, also increases risks, having been correlated with heart disease and dementia. Before talking about bees, please look at these photos, which were taken near my home in Santa Clara. People want easy, low-water landscaping and think plastic is a way to manage weeds and lower water bills. Unfortunately, both thoughts are incorrect. Dust gathers on plastic and weeds grow in the dust. In sun, plastic heats the soil, killing microorganisms that aid plant health. Plus, plastic wears out. Certainly no one meant for their yards to look like this. When a bee visits a flower surrounded by flaking plastic, it picks up tiny pieces with pollen and drinks plastic with the nectar. In the past year, the beekeepers have reported losing up to 62% of their bees. This is not just unfortunate for bees. We rely on honeybees pollinating our crops. Now imagine those yards differently. This yard has no plastic weed cloth. This yard has drought-tolerant California plants that need little or no summer water. This yard hosts bees, pollinators, lizards, and birds, encouraging biodiversity, and the greenery cools the yard. Imagine more of Santa Clara looked like this. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation. All right, we have Howard. You're next.
All right, is my mic working? This time I got no mic at my last event. First of all, we got Concert in the Park series starting up. So this Friday, come on out, listen to some music, do some dancing, have some fun, meet people. It's fun. The next part, 11 days ago, I attended a event, celebration of life for a former council person. You may all know her, Debbie Davis. She has put a lot of her effort and her life into this city. I've ran into people I've talked to, and they said, oh yeah, she did the MX track. She's done this, she's done that. She's really involved in the sister cities and everything. But yet, there was none of you guys bothered showing up to show support for the family, the people there, you know, her friends, people of the city were there that showed their support for her and her family, but yet no council people of the city. You need to get out of the corporate master's strings and start standing up for people who have done so much for this city. But yet your master tells you, hate that lady. Why? Because they didn't get a soccer park. Yeah, a long time ago, there was a big thing. The 49ers wanted that soccer park up in North Santa Clara. And that lady's the one who put a big fight in to keep it for the kids. Maybe your master, you're good at it. Some of you are not even going to get elected again. So you don't have to worry about if the Yorks are going to throw some bucks in your pocket. Some of you do have to worry about getting elected again. But standing up for something right, you know, you didn't even show your face at something like that. If any of you goes down, I hope others will come and show their face and give support to the family. And since it's up in District 1, how about you start putting it up to name that park, soccer park, after Debbie Davis, who fought for that park, who saved that park, and that park should be named for her. Why don't we start that in District 1? Thank you.
For the record, Howard, Vice Mayor Cox and I were there.
Oh,
The
yes,
event, yes.
Vice Mayor, never even served with her.
I'm just saying for the record, that's all.
Yeah, I know, but never even served with her.
Thank you, Howard.
Thank
All right,
you.
next we have iPhone. Is this Linda? iPhone?
Yes, it is.
Hi, Linda.
Tonight is, I wish I had slides, I wish it was in person, but if you go to Monroe and Lawrence, that crossing, there is a turn for France, I'm sorry, just before the Lawrence turn. And people who are used to it go to Lawrence. People who are not used to it accidentally turn toward the Caltrain station. So I'd like to have just a pole sign put in with a double arrow, one arrow that says Caltrain and one arrow that says Lawrence. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on any item that's not on the agenda? Okay, we're going to move on now to consent items pulled for discussion. We don't have any, so we're going to move on to our first item of general business. And this item is a public hearing. So it's a consideration of resolutions approving water, sewer, and recycled water amended rates to be effective July 1st, 2025. So at this time, I will declare the public hearing to be open. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Javon Grogan, City Manager. For our first item this evening, I am pleased to welcome 10-year-old Adil Ali, son of Ahmed Ali, a member of our city team who serves as our principal engineer in our water and sewer division. Adil is already an avid debater and soccer player, and I had the pleasure of meeting him during our Take Your Child to Work Day this past April. After meeting him, I remember thinking, wow, this kid can do my job. So tonight I invited him here to do just that. So with that, I'll invite Adil to the podium.
This is risky, City Manager. It's risky for you, man. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
I'm ready for you. Okay.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, City staff, and to members of the public, both those gathered here and those watching at home. My name is Adil Ali, Ahmed's son, and I am proud to be here to introduce the annual rate hearing that considers amended rates for water, sewer, and recycled water that, if approved, would go into effect on July 1st, 2025 for Santa Clara customers. Staff works very hard to keep the rates as low as possible while still funding our costs for operations, capital investment, and necessary reserves. You will soon hear from outgoing Director of Water and Sewer, Mr. Gary Welling, who will tell you about the large increases in costs associated with wholesale water purchases and the city's contributions to the regional wastewater facility that are driving our rate proposals. For both the water and sewer utilities, these pass-through costs represent a significant majority of the rate increases to be considered tonight. Now, I would like to bring Mr. Gary Welling up to the podium to present this item.
You might as well go home, City Manager, because he's awesome. Good job.
Sign him up.
Sign him up.
Thanks, Adil.
Good
That was
evening.
great. Thanks for the intro. Good evening, Mayor, Council, Gary Welling, Water and Sewer Utilities, City Manager Grogan, and City Attorney Hugans. We're here again on an annual basis to do our rate hearing presentation on water, sewer, and recycled water rates. If approved, it would be effective July 1, 2025. Next slide, please. So the agenda for tonight, we're going to talk about the rate setting timeline, overview of the utilities, capital improvement projects driving the rates, proposed rates and rate pressures that the utilities are feeling this year, and comparison of neighboring cities, utility bill assistance, how we're building resiliency in the utilities, and then we're going to close the public hearing and set the rates. Timeline. So on or about April 26th, we sent out Proposition 218 notices arrived in the mailboxes. May 21st and 23rd, we had council briefings. June 10th, today, is our rate hearing, and July 1, as I mentioned, would be approval by council for our rates to become effective. A little bit about our utilities. We have about 27,000 connections, 335 miles of mains, 20 active groundwater wells, 7 storage tanks with a capacity of over 28 million gallons. On the sewer side, we have 27,000 connections, 288 miles, 7 pump stations. We also call those lift stations, and then we're 20% owner of the regional wastewater facility with San Jose. On the recycled water front, we have 361 connections, approximately 20% of our total water portfolio. We have it here as summer sales. It's approximately 20%. We have 35 miles of line, about 300 end users for irrigation, 41 industrial sites, and 43 dual plumb facilities. Potable water sources, we've got the same 3 potable water sources we've had. It's a pretty diverse portfolio, and I think the envy of a lot of utilities and municipalities in the region on the peninsula. Potable water, we get about 19.8% of our potable water from SFPUC. That's in the north, imported from Hetch Hetchy. 60% of our water is groundwater. Ultimately, that comes from Valley Water, and we'll talk a little bit about those increases we're seeing on wholesale costs. And then 20.2% in the south is treated water, and that's also from Valley Water. Our potable water demand is about 15.5 million gallons per day, and add 3.5 million gallons for recycled water. Our total demand's about 19 million gallons per day throughout the city. Water sources, this pie chart, we're including recycled water in this, so you'll see a little bit of diminished, groundwater being at 50%. Recycled water is pretty darn close to 20%. We hover there. We've seen some increases in the last 5 years. We went from about 3 million gallons to 3.5 million gallons in recycled water, so we've really been pushing the use of recycled water. And the breakdown, Valley Water's at 15 and SFPUC at 16%. So as mentioned, we've got 4 sources of water in the city. and a very diverse portfolio. Mentioned some of the awards we've won. We had Project of the Year at our Bassett and Chestnut recycled water fill station that we installed after we had a break there. And 2024, we've gotten Sewer System of the Year through CWA, the California Water Environment Association. We've won that award in 2020, 23, and 24. So guys have done a great job pushing forward and having the metrics needed to win that award. And we've had Project of the Year with our Sarah tanks. We're in our second year. That was been our largest CIP. It was about $10 million in retrofitting all 3 tanks out of Lawrence Expressway. And we're in our second year of warranty on our tanks. The water utility CIP is about $29 million budgeted over the next 5 years. Our largest expenditures are water main replacement, well rehabilitation, and facility improvements. We're doing about 2 wells a year. Those are about $200,000, but we're really pushing hard to keep the portfolio we've got in the inventory of wells. So we actually added a new well recently, a refurbished well. So we were at 19, we're back to 20 wells, and we've got a couple others that we're working on to refurbish. Just a photo of the guys putting water main in on Homestead Road. We're a full-service utility. We don't contract that work out. That's done by our city staff, and they do a great job. The sewer utility CIP, this is really largely the regional wastewater facility is the driver here. 70% of our operating costs before we get started, before we do anything, generated by the RWF is at 70%. So it's a large number. There's a lot of, the operating costs have gone up at the RWF, largely due to the sludge dewatering facility, which is going to come online in the fall. But it's a very expensive facility. It's a sludge drying facility, something that would take a couple years to dry sludge out. Drying beds, now it's going to take, a day. So expensive, but needed from a regulatory perspective. But our contribution over the next 5 years of that $534 million is $89.4 million. It's substantial, but that's our contribution at the RWF. They're essentially revamping the entire facility, and so a lot of new processes, a lot of new equipment out there. That's pretty impressive. Financing we completed in 2023. And we're going to look at future financing likely in 2027 and 2029. We've got some pretty large CIPs coming in 2027, about $27 million, and 2029, about $37 million, as far as our contribution is concerned. Next slide, please. I'll mention condition assessment too. If you could back up, sorry. We have our own CIP projects too in the city where we do condition assessment and replacement of the sewer lines, and we partner with Public Works on some of those CIP projects. But we spend about $17 million over 5 years on those projects, making sure our pump stations and our collection system is in good condition. Next slide, thanks. The sewer utility CIP, continuing the theme. This is the map of the RWF. There's 7 large projects going on. It's somewhat reduced from last year. Some of those projects have been commissioned. But number 2 is a sludge dewatering facility, and it's a $177 million project, the most expensive project out there. As I mentioned, it's a mechanical dewatering project, but there's a lot of other projects going on, not quite as expensive. But as I said, the sludge dewatering will be commissioned this fall. The second picture is the chlorine contact chamber, and that's really where we get a lot of our recycled water from the purple pipe after treatment. Next slide. There's just a close-up of what probably a couple weeks ago, the sludge dewatering facility. It's taking shape. It's getting close, and that's the actual drying facility. And this, the second picture here is the tanks that actually store the sludge or biosolids and pump it over to sludge dewatering facilities. And so Biosolids is the end product, and that biosolids is used in Central Valley. They use it to grow alfalfa. Looking at fertilizer, Councilmember Hardy's been working also with the TPAC to try to see if we can do a project on site and develop a fertilizer production facility, potentially. Next slide, please. So proposed rate increases for water this year, for fiscal year 25-26, we're looking at 11.2% increase. Sewer single family, 9.9%. Multifamily, 7.8%. Commercial average is about 6.65%, and recycled water, 7.3%. On the water side, we'll talk a little bit about, I'll go to the next slide, and then we can talk. Average residential bill on the water is about $11.88 per month increase. On the sewer, it's about $5.19 per month, and then the average multifamily resident will see an increase of $3.84 per month. Total water sewer, monthly residential increases, single family $17.07, and multifamily $15.72. And the water increases largely have to do with increases at Valley Water and our wholesale costs, and I'll talk a little bit about that coming up under rate pressures. As mentioned on the sewer side, it's really the RWF charges. Next slide. Proposed recycled water rates, consumption charge is increasing by 7.3%. Still a cost savings of about 45% over potable water. Water purchases, our wholesale water purchases from South Bay Water Recycling, which is really a function of the RWF, the Regional Wastewater Facility, about 70% of overall expenditures. And just a note, the system's owned by South Bay Water Recycling, but we operate and maintain the pipes and valves that are in Santa Clara, and we get reimbursed for our time that we spend on that facility. So we do 2 reimbursements a year, and just something to note that we actually get reimbursed for the time we spend on that. So next slide, please. So rate pressures, wholesale suppliers, again, on the water and recycled water. The drivers are really the wholesale purchases. Valley Water has had, in the last 3 years, we've had 15%, 14, and 12.9, about a 42% increase. In the last 5 years, they've had about a 62% increase, and we've had about a 30% increase in our water rates. So we're still catching up to those 3-year increases they had. Obviously, we didn't pass those through to customers in the last year. Otherwise, we would have been matching the 15, 14, and 12.5, 13%. But in the next 10 years, Valley Water is looking at a 9.9% increase. So we're going to see this every year for 10 years, and 80% of our purchases are coming from Valley Water. SFPUC still has the most expensive water, but Valley Water is actually exceeding SFPUC on the treated water side. But on the groundwater side, next year, if they go through with the 9.9, they're going to have the most expensive water in South Bay. So just something to note. SFPUC this year had a little bit lower rate at 2.3%, but as I mentioned, compared with groundwater, they're still the most expensive water. And our 2x2 by 3s, Mayor Gilmore, you'd asked about, at a $10, residents pay for water fees. How much of that $10 goes to Valley Water? And it's about $7 for every 10 that we spend. 70% is going, and the remaining 30% really covers our operating and capital costs on the water side. So there's not a lot left over. Wholesale water costs, RWF, CIP, we're about 70% on the operation side. We've seen a huge increase. In the last 3 years, we went from about 18 million to 28 million. on the operations side, and that has largely to do with the sludge dewatering facility and some of the other costs, increases in chemical costs, those kinds of things, construction costs. We've seen material costs about 14% increases, paving costs 30%. At the regional wastewater facility, we had a presentation recently, and they've seen chemical costs rising close to 100%. So they've seen a substantial increases in chemical costs, and of course that's tied to the sludge dewatering facility, which is going to be commissioned and online in the fall. I'll mention litigation exposure. Everything's kind of come to a head in the last 3 years. There's been the trib agency litigation. We had another litigation with a dry cleaner. But in the last 3 years, the sewer utilities spent about $9 million just on litigation. But again, some of those, they started in 2012, both of the litigations, but kind of ended in the last 2 or 3 years. So those are some of the pressures. I'll mention drought and conservation also. Compared to 2013, we've got about 22% less demand in the system. We still have to maintain the infrastructure, but obviously we want the water sales too. But water use regulations are in place right now and have been promulgated by the state, and so we have to adhere to gallons per capita per day, and we're meeting that gallons per capita per day of about 52. We're under the 55 requirement, but next year it's 47 gallons per capita per day. So in 2030, it's going to be 42. So you're going to see lower and lower demands with conservation measures and the potential of a drought. But right now, water supply, we're in good shape. Won't have a drought next year, I don't think. But droughts are going to be more frequent and more severe going forward. So just something else to note. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned Valley Water 9.9, SFPUC at 2.3, and then South Bay Water Recycling, the wholesale rate increase this year was 10.4%. Next slide, please. So the rate trends, we have this graph. It's a busy graph, but if you look at the table, we've got 12 years of rates for water and sewer, and we're comparing here with Valley Water rates, but our 12-year average for water is about 9%, 12-year average for sewer is about 4%. Valley Water's 12-year average for water is 11%. But we're getting very close with, it's all coming together as far as percentages go. But, unless Valley Water lowers that rate, we're going to continue to see higher rates going forward. And so we are having those conversations with Valley Water. Next slide, please. City water demand. This is a trend that most agencies are seeing. It's not unusual for Santa Clara or not unique to Santa Clara. We are seeing a little bit of a rebound, and in our rate model, we're modeling 2% increase. Last year we modeled flat. So we're seeing a little bit of a rebound. And so I think with all the residential development, that is having something to do with it, because our gallons per capita per day is still dropping. So we're seeing increased population, increased development. So that's helping a little bit. But as I said, compared to 2013, we're in the 20% reduction. And the previous 3 years, we saw reductions of about 10% per year. So we haven't had a drought, and looks like we're coming out of it, and a little bit of rebound, which is good. Next slide, please. And this is just kind of a breakdown that Councilmember Park had asked for last year, and we continue to break this out. Residential, and then the commercial, industrial, and institutional. And you can see residential and the commercial are trending very closely. And as the population increases, with new building guidelines, new state requirements, restrictions in watering, irrigation, lawn replacement, those kinds of things. You're seeing very efficient development. Next slide, please. Rate mitigation strategies. So cost controls, we try to have very good cost controls in our budget, and we try to have realistic budgets, doing what we can accomplish on the CIP. We do CIP project review committees internally to the department, and we're looking at the business case of doing CIP projects and which ones make sense and which ones don't. Looking at the risk profile.
Gary, can you get closer to the microphone, please?
Sure.
Thanks.
And then we're looking at O&M efficiencies also. We do have a lot of contracts. We've leveraged our staff. We haven't added staff since 2016, so we're a very lean organization. But those are some of the things we're doing, controlling costs, and then multi-agency communication with the RWF and the water and wholesale agencies. A number of staff sit on the finance committees for Valley Water. We have separate meetings with Valley Water, with the BOSCA representatives. We have, as I mentioned, Councilmember Hardy's sits on our Chair of the Water Commission. Is very vocal about the rate increases. And so you're starting to see some traction on affordability through SFPUC and BOSCA, and also at Valley Water. So the staff are talking more about it. The electeds are talking more about it, and so that's a good thing. And this is the water sewer rate comparison. We still track very well compared with our local cities. This is a combined for single-family residential average use 12 HCF. We're second out of the 7 cities. So we're still trending very well as far as, and this is up to date for this year. Next slide, please. And so utility bill assistance, we have the water and sewer low income rate assistance program, Help Your Neighbor program, and then there's a Sacred Heart Community Services, very low income rate assistance. And so we have about 293 customers that take advantage of the water and sewer low income rate assistance program. The Help Your Neighbor program, last count was about 32 persons took advantage of that last fiscal year. And then Sacred Heart Community Services, I don't have a good number as far as Santa Clarans that are taking advantage of that, but Valley Water provides $1 million a year, and it's a low-income rate assistance program, state program, and federally funded, along with contributions from Valley Water. So those are the 3 programs we have. And then just a slide on building resiliency. I'll mention that we do have a contribution to the general fund on an annual basis. And in 24-25, our contribution was about $6 million. And that's through. And then building reserves across utilities, we're adding about $11.3 million in the water and sewer fund by the end of fiscal year 2026-27, trying to shore up our reserves of $9.3 million in water and $2 million in sewer over the next 2 years to meet our target reserves. Next slide, please. And there's our group, great group of staff that keep the water flowing and sewage flowing, and so fantastic group. Yeah, give them a hand. It's the 24/7. A lot of these guys, guys and gals, when we're sleeping, are out fixing water main repairs or responding to emergencies, and it just happens all the time, all week. Some emergencies are more severe than others, but it's a fantastic group, and we're really proud to work with work with the team. Next slide, please. So the recommendation at the close of the public hearing, if the protests from property owners are not a majority, is adopt the resolution approving the water rate schedule 2025-01 and recycled water rate schedule 2025-02 for city water service rates to be effective July 1, 2025. Adopt the resolution approving sewer rate schedule S-25 for city sewer service rates to be effective July 1, 2025. And I'm available for questions. I do want to thank a few folks that have actually worked really hard on the rates. And number one is Brendan McCarthy, who's here today, Senior Management Analyst. We start this process in January and to today, and it's kind of nonstop. It takes on a life of its own. And we work in partnership with Ken Lee and his group, Tess Hong, Margaret McCann, and our rate consultant is here today too, Alberta Morales with Black and Beach. And I want to give a shout out. Tom Francis from Bosca's here today too to support us. So I appreciate you coming out, Tom. He's been a great partner helping us with all things SFPUC. So I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you so much. Now we will go to, before we go to the public, I'll ask the council, do they have any questions for staff? And again, these are questions only. Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Director Welling, for that presentation. I have a number of questions. The first is, since we get so much of our water from the ground, why, in Valley Water, it seems like they're increasing their rates 9.9% each year for the next 10 years, according to their master supply plan. How is it that, since we're getting the water from the ground, we have to pay Valley Water so much money? Then I wanted to understand the impact of data centers on our rates for residents and customers. We're going up 11% this year, which hurts quite a bit, but I think we were behind because Valley Water increased their rates quite a bit over the last 3 years, and we didn't increase our rates as much. So that kind of makes sense. Then I wanted to understand, I was looking at Valley Water's master supply plan, and they only use 5% of their water is recycled water, whereas ours is 19%. So that should make our water cheaper than everybody else because recycled water is quite a bit cheaper and we don't have to get as much supply. And then my last question is, we have a lot of data, the data centers are driving a lot of water usage, and I know you said that we have a lot of CIP backlog. We did the infrastructure bond. Is there going to be like a revenue bond or something to pay for the CIP improvements? Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Welling, for the report. I have a couple of questions. I'm sorry, I should have sent a couple of these questions sooner, but I was traveling, so got into the agenda late. But I'll still ask. If you don't have answer, I'll wait for the answers later on, basically. I don't want to put you on spot on that. So on the rate comparison, we see we are still lower than most cities on the water. But when I compared our water rates for 1,200 cubic feet, which was a comparison bar, our rates are, I think, 29.4% higher than Sunnyvale. So my question is, what is Sunnyvale doing differently when they are able to save 29% rate from us, basically? And that's also in the Black and Veatch report on page 46 of the report. They mentioned that, about that. My second question is, On slide 19 and 20, we have a demand, two slides basically. One is the total demand of water is reducing per capita as well as in total quantum. Does those two slides, and then next slide is for bifurcation of residential versus the business usage. Does those slides include the recycled water also, basically, on those? And fourth is building reserves. That I'm following that question with the Councilmember Serge Janes. When we are investing into the bond of $400 million to improve our infrastructure, what are the special needs where we'll be using this capital improvement budget when we are building to, I think it is $11 million by next year. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Cox.
Thanks. I just had a specific question regarding an email that the council received yesterday, and I'm new to all of this, so thanks for entertaining me. The email was from the Tuolumne River Trust, so I'm sure people are familiar with this. It was just speaking towards the 16% that we get from the San Francisco, the SFPUC. And again, the person spoke to really long-term financial instability right now. I'm wondering if we have looked into any of that, if that is something that they are entering into this death spiral with 16% of where we get our water, how does that affect us? Is there reason to be concerned? It was a lengthy email, so maybe you could elaborate on that if you saw it. Thank you.
Thank you, and those are the questions, Director.
Okay, let's take the first one from Councilmember Jane. You mentioned each year for the next 10 years, they're doing the 9.9% increase. Why? Was that the question? Yeah. So they've got $2 billion in CIP projects, very expensive projects. If you're familiar with Pacheco, the purified water, just Rencanata, they're refurbishing Rencanata, and they're doing a lot of tours of those facilities. But they're essentially, yeah, they've got $2 billion in projects, and that's what's really driving the increases. And so we've asked them on numerous occasions, and Councilmember Hardy's also been on the commission too, and other electeds, is taking a look at their CIP and do you need to do everything that you're doing? Can you phase it? Can you? And so they're getting a little bit of pressure, and they're starting to react to it. And they did reduce. They were proposing, I think, over 10% this year, like 11.5, and so they reduced it under 10. But as I mentioned, affordability is starting to become a theme at many of the commission meetings, BOSCA board meetings, and so. I don't think it's sustainable, 9.9% going forward. But that's kind of where they're at. And then you mentioned about the groundwater also. The groundwater, they import water from the state and federal projects, and so that's become more scarce and more expensive. And so they control the groundwater basin, and they're what's called the SGMA Authority. So they can say, yes, you can pump, yes, you can, no, you can't pump. So they have complete control over the basin, and they manage the basin. So they manage the water quality of the basin, the health of the basin, and so they do everything associated with that basin, and they give updates on a quarterly basis on the health of that basin. So, we're the second largest pumper of groundwater in the valley, next to San Jose Water Company.
I think they charge us for pumping groundwater, and they set those rates equivalent to the surface water. Is that correct?
So yeah, they have their own costs associated with pulling that water in, but they have so they have their own costs involved. So yes, but they're a wholesaler. So
They're charging us a wholesale rate. And then, of course, when we have groundwater, we have to maintain the wells. They don't maintain the wells for us. They don't pay for the electricity to pump, any of the maintenance repairs, contamination. If we happen to have a contaminated well site, we don't. So we have to pay for all the treatment. But yes, they're just a wholesaler bringing in groundwater. In the end, I think it's actually cheaper to pull in, if you're able to pull in just treated water instead of pumping. There's a little bit of a discount. It's $115 an acre foot, but it's not much of a discount. It should probably be greater. Impact on data centers. Just overall, we're not seeing a huge impact on the water. You're saying the water demand side, so we're pushing recycled water. But the data centers, you had asked the question today. The data centers are becoming more efficient, is what we're seeing. So as far as water use goes and water demand, we're not seeing that as a big part of the demand that we have. So about 33% of our water is recycled water is going to data centers, about 1 million gallons out of the 3.5. But on the potable water side, we're still looking at the numbers, but I'm not seeing, I was talking to Jeff Provenzano with City of San Jose 2 days ago, met with him. We were talking about, he's got 3 new data centers coming in, and they were talking, it's 3 million gallons per day. And I said, that doesn't make any sense. They're running too efficiency. So yeah, I was followed up with him, and he says, no, it's going to be more like 50,000 gallons a day for each data center. So the closed loop systems, adiabatic systems they have, they're using air cooling to some degree when they can. They're becoming very efficient, so on the energy side too. You asked about Valley Water, 5% recycled water. They're not using a lot of recycled water. They've helped with the Purified Water Center. I mean, we match San Jose. We're using more water than Milpitas, San Jose Water Company. It's only San Jose Muni that we're almost matching them, 3.5 million gallons a day. I think they're just like 3.6. But Valley Water as a wholesaler has just helped with the Advanced Purification Center by making the water quality better. And that's been definitely a big help as far as improving water quality. But they're doing that as part of their water master planning, and I think at their headquarters they use recycled water, but they don't really have a lot of facilities to use, the dual plumb facilities and things like that. So, and then you asked about data centers and the revenue bond to pay for improvements. So we obviously, we're a utility. We're not part of the general fund. So, but we are looking. We have a water master plan that will be finishing up. We're about 3/4 of the way through it. We're going to probably have a larger CIP program that comes out of that. Overall, I think we got a pretty good grade out of the master plan, but we'll have an asset management plan. It'll be very scientific. We'll be doing business cases on a 5-year. We'll develop the 5-year plan, and but that's probably going to be larger than what we're doing right now. And then we would look at potentially doing, certificates of participation, like a bond for the project. So we would do debt financing, essentially. And we've been doing pay-as-you-go right now, so there is no debt on the water utility. But going forward, I can see, taking on some debt, and that should, hopefully smooth some of the rate increases out. And I think that was it. And then, did I answer? I got everything. Councilmember Shahal. The rate comparison in Sunnyvale. So my understanding that Sunnyvale, if you look, I don't know if we can go back to the comparison cities. It's slide
22.
22.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my understanding, and Brendan used to work in the city of Sunnyvale, but he's in contact with them quite a bit. But they have substantial reserves that they've built up over time, and they're using those reserves to kind of mute the rates. And so, they're substantial, like 100 million.
So basically, they are subsidizing the rates with that reserve?
Yeah, otherwise the rates would be a lot higher. If you look at their sewer rate.
Yes, it's higher. Yeah.
They're higher, but they're refurbishing their wastewater treatment plant. And so they're kind of going through the same CIP program that we are at the RWF. So, water demand, does it include recycled water? No, that's potable water demand. Yep. And then building reserves. Yeah, we're trying to build reserves up, especially on the water side. So, you know, we have an emergency. We've got more reserves. We want to meet the O&M and the CIP and the rate stabilization reserve. And, you know, if we do have a drought, we may use rate stabilization to stabilize rates. We've done that in the past, and a lot of cities do that. But if you don't have the funds available, then you can't do that. And usually in a drought, you're looking at, you know, we could be looking at, who knows, if it's severe, I mean, we could be looking at 10, 15%, you know, reduction. And so everybody's feeling it. Valley Water is also feeling it because I think they estimated higher demand, and that's also driving higher rates too. And so we're being very conservative at 2% last year. We were flat, even though we had like a 1% increase in demand. So just don't want to be too generous with the estimates on demand these days. Everything is very efficient. Yep. Did you have a follow-up on that?
Yeah. Only I have a follow-up question.
Yeah.
Once you finish that, I'll
Okay.
come back.
And then we had the question on the email on Peter Druckmeyer's financial instability, the death spiral. I do have Tom Francis here from Bosca, who's actually reviewed that also, and there are so Tom Francis is here, and I'd like to, maybe he could bring him up and address it. He deals with SFPUC issues on a consistent basis. Since you're here in person, Tom?
Gary, this is your last day, so this is my favor to you here. Tom Francis, I'm the Water Resources Manager at Bosca. The email that you received, each of your council members, we also were copied on it, so I'm aware of what was stated in there. In terms of, I guess, the characterization that San Francisco is in the midst of a death spiral, so to speak, and that they're suffering or could suffer financial consequences, the factor of the matter is that they just recently had a new bond rating from Moody's, which pretty much said that they're in excellent financial health. And if you look at their rates that they've projected out for the next several years, the rate increases that they're proposing are in the neighborhood of a 1% to 2% increase, at least for the next 3 years. So to me, it's a bit of a head scratcher. I don't characterize that at all. San Francisco does a 10-year CIP. Bosca, on behalf of you as our agencies, we track that pretty closely. We work with the San Francisco staff. On the one hand, we want them to have a robust CIP, but we hear the concerns of all of our agencies about affordability. And so if some projects should be pushed out further, or if perhaps some movement be made to reconsider certain projects, our desire is to see that we have somewhat of a stable rate increase if there is an increase in the future. And I do want to say that that seems to have been working. If you look at their prior rates, there was at least over the last 10 years, there was 4 or 5 years where they had a 0% rate increase, they being San Francisco. And by rate, I mean the wholesale cost that they provide you for water. So just in a nutshell, that's my thought. Now, I do want to say that we take the concerns that Palo Alto City Council member stated in that particular letter seriously. Our agency is speaking, our general manager speaking to that council member within Palo Alto, as well as their utility advisory committee. What we're going to be trying to do is see if there's a way or ways that BOSCA can work with those people at Palo Alto along with the folks at San Francisco to try to identify what information we can maybe encourage San Francisco to make available. So, that's the other thing that we have to do at BOSCA is to make sure that if our member agencies, you or any other, aren't getting the information that they need, that we try to see if there's some way that we can help, and that's what we're doing right now. So I might have ambled on here, but if there's any particular questions you have about that letter, please let me know. I know that your city manager is working with our general manager, and what we're trying to do is keep him updated in terms of any actions that we may be doing on behalf of our members, including perhaps you and certainly Palo Alto, to lower the temperature, if you will, in the room.
Thank you. All right. Do you have any more questions to answer, Gary?
I think I covered everything.
Councilmember Hardy has a final question, and then we're going to go to the public.
Thank you. Basically, it's, does any other city have close to 20% recycled use like Santa Clara? And wasn't Valley Water's original proposal to raise by 15% every year, and the pushback from all the cities, now they're saying, don't complain, it's less than 2 digits. And how much is potable water per gallon?
Well, I'll answer the last one. Potable water right now with this increase is 1.3 cents per gallon. Yeah, you're right. Valley Water did have some pretty large increases, so yeah, they've lowered it below 10. Yeah, it's still at 10%, right? It's still expensive. And your first question, yeah, 20%. I'm not aware of other cities. I mean, we've been pretty aggressive in Ahmed's here. He's really helped out in the last 4 years, just pushing development, and we're getting rules and regulations passed that council supported in November, just solidifying, the requirement for recycled water and model efficient landscapes and such. So, Ahmed's been instrumental in pushing recycled water and the land development side of things. And so, yeah, 20% is that's what attracted me to Santa Clara. One of the things, it was already super high, but we've really pushed the envelope, I think. So. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal, do you have?
Yes.
Could you make it quick, please, so I
Yes,
can go to the
I can
public?
make it.
Thank you.
I can make it quick. My first question is: do we have any contractual obligation to buy water from Valley Water, basically? And following on that is, as per my understanding, our cost of groundwater is lowest than any other source of water we are using, despite O&M charges and other stuff. So keeping in view Valley Water will be increasing rates for next 10 years by almost 10%. At what stage are we going to increase our percentage of usage of our groundwater so that we can manage the rates not going that much higher? That's my, as a policy decision, at what stage do we want to have a mix of less Valley Water and more of our own groundwater to keep the rates low? Thank you.
Yeah, groundwater is the lowest cost. It's water in the basin, but it ends up being Valley Water, and it is lower cost, and we try to maximize the use of it. One of the things we have that's unique in this city is we get water from the north that has a chlorine residual. We get water from the south that has a chlorine residual. But in the center of the city, not a lot of chlorine residual. It makes for great tasting water, but you'd like to have that chlorine residual. So we need to pull in treated water from both the north and south, so we've got to have that mix. So we try to maximize as much of the groundwater as we can operationally. But we really have to focus in on the operations side and the water quality side. We've got 20 wells. At any one time, 7 are operating. But we're trying to maintain, we're trying to utilize, where we can. We don't, right now, we try to, we're pretty efficient. Like, for example, San Francisco is the most expensive water. We have a 4.5 million gallon per day cap, and we're only at 3.2. The rest of that makeup is really groundwater. And then on the treated water side in the south, we've got a zone 2A there, which is mostly treated water, but, and that's where our turnout is. So we're a little constricted because of, the infrastructure that we have. But we try to answer your question, we try to maximize, but we really have to focus on water quality too. It's a combination, but it's a dance. But we're trying to look at that. It was a great question you brought up last year, and so yeah, we're trying to maximize. My answer is we're trying to maximize groundwater as much as possible. And then as far as contractual obligations, we don't have really a contractual obligation. We give them an estimate. We do have an agreement, and so we'll give them a 3-year estimate of what we think our water's going to be. And they actually have restrictions on how much water we can take because they've got a 19% reduction in allocation just because of supplies, even though we're not in a drought. And so we try to adhere to that. They give us flow data on a daily basis through their SCADA system, and we track daily each month. So we actually don't exceed what they're providing us. But we can exceed it if we need to. But as far as having a hard agreement, no, we could use much less, as long as we don't go over the cap. But they have to buy water, so they'd like to know what our estimate's going to be, at least on a 3-year horizon. But we do give them a 5-year horizon also, estimate.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you very much. So now, thank you, Director Welling. I'm going to go to the public now. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak to the proposed rate increases? Assistant City Clerk, do you have anyone online?
Madam Mayor, there are no requests to speak online.
All right, anybody here? Do we have any cards? Would anyone here like to speak in the chambers? If so, don't all rush up. Okay. All right, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion second to close the public hearing. Please register your vote. That passes unanimously. Thank you. The proposed rate increases are subject to Proposition 218, which gives residents the right to lodge a written protest against the proposed increases. Deputy City Clerk, do you have have information about the number of written protests that we have received?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. As of the conclusion of the public hearing, the City of Santa Clara received 13 written protests to the proposed rate increase for water and 14 written protests to the proposed rate increase for sewer services. The number of protests do not amount to a majority of the identified parcel owners subject to the fee. Consequently, there is an insufficient number of written protests to constitute a majority protest under Proposition 218, and the City Council may proceed with considering the resolution.
Thank you. So now we will proceed with action. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion for the recommendation for Alternative 1. I will say, and I mean this very clearly, that comparison shows you how well we are handling our resources. Indoor plumbing is what makes modern life possible. That water treatment plant is 50 years old, and we are rebuilding it as we're still operating it. I've had people complain about the cost. I said, you're right. We could turn off the sewer and get it done much faster. I don't think you want that.
All right. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
So I have a second. The dewatering plant was required by state law. So we used to passively dry out the biosolids and use those on as ground cover for Newbie Island. We're not able to do that anymore. And the water treatment plant proactively came up with a plan that would put us in compliance and would do the very best we could with the most options. Part of the water that we're paying for from Valley Water is also flood control, because Valley Water is not only in charge of the water that we pump up and that they keep under in the underground aquifers, it's also the flood control. And we know that there were floods, and we know that there was damage, and they are having to handle as much of that damage and plan for anything to make certain that doesn't happen again. And Anderson Dam, which they are in the middle of rebuilding, the state laws came down to require them to triple the cost of their spillway to make it so much more able to handle a 1,000-year flood. That is a cost that they've had to pass on. I will say our 20% recycled water is the envy of everyone else in the valley. No one is anywhere close to that, not even a bit. The idea of conservation being a way of life, we are doing very well in Santa Clara as the graphs show. But you still have to pay for the infrastructure no matter how much water you are using. That is a set cost. That is a reality. I have worked very, very hard and spent many time in many policy meetings trying to make certain that we are doing our very best for our residents. And as Gary, who we're going to miss a lot because this is his last day, said, potable water costs you 1.3 cents per gallon. Think about what bottled water costs you. That water coming out of the faucet is checked for purity every day. Every day. Bottled water is not checked. Maybe once a week, usually once a month. There's a reality there. You have something that's amazing, and people in the world are more likely to have a cell phone than they are to have indoor plumbing in the world. We are very fortunate in that infrastructure. I very much support the cheering for the team that keeps that going. Your power goes out, it's annoying. Your water or sewer goes out, that's a tragedy and an emergency, and we know that. So we truly appreciate how hard they work, and you see how they keep the costs down. We are doing the very best we can, and I mean that. Thank you.
Is there a second to that motion? Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Hardy, second by Councilmember Gonzalez. Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you very much for that, and thank you very much for the questions and the discussions that we had. I mean, but I'm looking and, slide 20, and thank you for splitting that out between commercial and residential, but, I mean, what are our projections for the future? I mean, when will water usage start to stay steady or go up again as the population increases? I mean, right now, it looks like as the population goes up, because of our conservation efforts, which are great, the water usage goes down, but that's not sustainable. At some point, we have to calculate, we have to project into the future when the water usage will start going up again with the population. I mean, at some point, people aren't going to subsist on no water. I'm looking at the 10% increases. I'm hearing all the reasons we have these projects. I'm hearing that Sunnyvale has a huge cachet of water that they're using to mitigate rate increases. I don't know that we could do that because we'd have to pay for the water that we use. But my other question is, I mean, do water costs stay the same regardless of our water use? I mean, when it comes to electricity, we have things, I mean, they're kind of artificial things, such as we will reduce your rates if you reduce your usage, but in this case, it's water, right? I mean, what can the city do? What can residents do in terms of usage to reduce costs? Like, I don't think there is. I think that it's whether we use more water or less water, as long as we don't go over a cap, we're going to be charged the same amount regardless. I'm a little concerned about Santa Clarans providing more water for other jurisdictions, I mean, who are willing or able to pay more money. I mean, we see them in Palo Alto, other cities. But I mean, is there a way that, I mean, how do we, or is there any way to use water that will reduce our usage other than simply reducing the amount of water that we use? And at some point, I also want to think about how does the city, if these are the cheapest rates we're going to have for a while, how do we, buy more of the water now and create reserves for the future? If we think after these projects are done, the water will be cheaper later, is there a way that we can plan for that cheaper water in the future? Like, can we see when that water will be cheaper again and then work that into the rates? Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. When you're ready for the staff recommendation, Deputy City Clerk, please register your vote. And that passes 6-1. Thank you. We have something that's not on the agenda this evening. This evening, as you may have heard earlier, the city wishes to commend and recognize Gary Welling's contributions to the city of Santa Clara upon his retirement. Gary has worked in municipal water and wastewater utilities for 35 years, with the last 9 years serving the city of Santa Clara. As the Director of Water and Sewer Utilities, Gary manages the activities of the water, wastewater, and recycled water utilities. This includes 335 miles of water distribution pipelines, 20 active wells, 7 storage tanks, 34 miles of recycled water pipelines, 288 miles of sanitary sewer lines, and 8 sewer lift stations. Gary guides his team to ensure the department's mission statement has been fulfilled, to provide our community with high-quality, reliable, economical, and environmentally sustainable water, wastewater, and recycled water in a manner that protects these resources for future generations. As we bid farewell to Gary Welling after 9 years of dedicated service to, can someone turn that off, please? I want to express our deepest gratitude on behalf of the City Council and our Santa Clara residents. Gary's unwavering leadership and technical expertise has been the bedrock of our city's water infrastructure, ensuring that every family and business can count on safe, reliable water service day after day. His commitment to excellence and his deep understanding of water operations have not only kept our system running smoothly, but have positioned Santa Clara for a sustainable future. Gary, your years of service have touched every corner of our community, and while we will miss your steady hand at the helm, we know your legacy of dedication and professionalism will continue to benefit our city for many years to come. Thank you for your exceptional service to Santa Clara. Thank you so much. And yes. Now, I didn't even ask you to come up, but you just came up. I was going to ask you to say a few words.
Okay.
Because
I thought that was coming.
this is your last meeting, and of course, we didn't forget that. So
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Oh, hey. Oh, hey. Oh, I got visitors.
Oh, did you look in the back of the room to see who's here?
Oh, hey. All right, I got to bring more kids to the council meetings. They're later, right? We got, this is.
Who is this?
Yourself?
Please introduce yourself.
Isabella is my granddaughter.
Oh, hi, Isabella.
Daughter back there too, Marissa. And the team, thank you very much for coming out. I appreciate that, guys. Means a lot, means a lot. Yeah, it's been great. It's been 9 years. It's gone by very, very fast, right? You're happy to have me retired, right? So I can pick you up from school and stuff. But I've been a Santa Clara resident for 9 years, planning to stick around, love the city. You know, I remember the first day I came here, you know, the mayor, first presentation I had, the mayor said, you know, welcome, thanks for coming to Santa Clara. I was like, but I still remember that. I appreciate, you know, those kind words and the support I've gotten from, you know, mayor and council, you know, every council member. I know all the council members, lots of politicking going on, but everybody that I've worked with on the council, they've had the best interests of the city, and I've been local on a lot of things and been to a lot of events. So, you know, I appreciate each and every one of you. You know, and there's been council members. Currently, I have, you know, Karen Hardy. I'll chat a little bit there, but I've had, you know, Councilmember Davis and Watanabe, you know, working.
Who's in the back right now? Oh, way back there. Yes.
Yeah. You know, they've been, you know, great to work with and advocates. I'm always impressed, you know, living here when I'm working with a council member, you know, with the mayor. You know, we're going to a meeting and we're doing, and just, you know, they're engaged and they're listening and they're, you know, taking, you know, cues and they're giving feedback and supportive. It means a lot to staff. You know, to be supported, because, you know, people here work. The rest of the executive team is here too, and people really, you know, knock it out of the park. They work really hard, and it's not 40 hours a week, and, you know, we've got emergencies, and so it's great. It's great to be supported. It means a lot. But yeah, I mentioned, you know, Debbie Davis. She was super helpful, and we worked with her, you know, on the BOSCA board chair. She chaired some committees there, but she was commission chair and TPAC chair. And, you know, Kathy, kind of the same. She was chair of the TPAC and chair on the Water Commission. And it was just great working with the two of them. They were super supportive. And Karen Hardy, Councilmember Hardy, we've worked very closely together recently. So she's been, you know, champion of the city, you know, and our initiatives, which is really helpful, trying to push things forward. And so, you know, can't do it without electeds. Electeds have a lot of power and influence, and they can help set policies. So, you know, appreciate everybody on the council. And SUDS, you know, you're helping with the sustainability and just, you know, pushing water conservation. It's super helpful to have those policy initiatives, right, and pushing you know, staff to another level. At least you've got the support to do something that's innovative. And then, you know, City Manager Grogan, and you know, he's been great, very supportive. He's working really hard, trying to make the city better, make the team better. We got a great team here. Glenn and his staff, you know, the attorneys are some of my favorite people, right? I mean,
I thought I'd never hear that come out of anyone's mouth.
Hey. So I've spent a lot of time with attorneys in the last 3 or 4 years. So we've, you know, just, yeah. But it's been great, and you know, there's so many people I could mention that I've worked with closely. Some of them are here today, but the executive team, I just want to thank everybody that works on the executive team.
Don't forget.
Okay, well, okay. And then I want to thank the team. Some of them are out here. You know, we've had our ups and, we've had emergencies. We've been out at midnight on stuff, and the team is, the operations. We have, engineering. I've got Ahmet here, Brendan McCarthy, who handles all of the administrative functions. There's been a lot of people that have worked here. Shilpa Mehta, she did a lot for the utility over the years, but the guys in operations, water, sewer, they're out all the time. They're working. They're putting their best foot forward, trying to provide that high level of customer service to city residents and businesses, and they do a fantastic job. So really proud to be part of that team. I've learned a lot from them. I think we've like I said, we've been through a lot, but I think it's a very good team. We've really matured, I think, as a team going forward. So wish them the best. I wish John Ramirez, the new director, and he's a good guy, and I spent some time with him over the last couple of weeks, so he's going to do a good job. So yeah, just really appreciate everything.
So Gary, I'm going to ask you to bring your executive team up here to take a picture with the council, and then the council will stand back here, and I'm going to ask your whole family to come up.
Okay.
Okay, so let's start with your executive team. Unless you're leaving, we didn't know.
There you go. Looking good, folks. Hold that. 1, 2, 3. Take a few more. 1, 2, 3. And one more. 1, 2, 3. And one more. There we go. Thanks, folks.
I can tell you're tall, because you're our height and you're down there. You're only 5'17".
You guys did a really good job of sneaking in.
Yes, you are.
2 more coming. 2 more coming.
Are the cute little ones, are they in front? Are the cute little ones in front? Oh, no, she's over there. Come on.
A little bit this way, and man in the Harley hat, a little bit left. Yeah, there we go. Cool. All right, I'm just checking everybody, make sure I got everybody in it. We're looking good, okay. Let's hold that, stand by, folks. 1, 2, 3. I'll take multiples. Keep going here. A couple more, and one more, and great. Thanks, folks.
Awesome photo. Marissa, can you grab the cake and his present? They're right on the table over there. Thanks. Thank you. Very quick. I know I'll see you around. You're putting through a lot.
But you do the work.
What? Oh, Councilmember Hardy.
I will just say, as everyone clears out, Gary was at every meeting with me, whether it was Bosca or Valley Water or the water treatment plant, and you ignored Santa Clara at your own peril, because between the two of us, we didn't let up. And I'm going to miss Gary a lot.
Bye, see you later. Thank you, everybody. Oh, do we have another rest of the meeting? Okay. Thought it was more fun. Thank you, everyone, for your patience with all of that. All right, our next item on the agenda is a report on city vacancies and recruitment efforts pursuant to Assembly Bill 2561. City Manager, I know we're going to have some speakers from the bargaining units, and they'll each get 15 minutes, up to 15 minutes to speak. So, City Manager, go ahead, please.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and members of council. This is a new item that is coming to you. A new law, AB 2561, took effect January 1st of this year. It relates to our collective bargaining agreements and requires public agencies to address and report on staffing vacancies, recruitment, and retention efforts before the governing body at least once per fiscal year prior to the adoption of the fiscal year budget. Public agencies are also required to identify any challenges and recruiting obstacles in the hiring process. For tonight's presentation, before our bargaining group presentations, we will have Ashley Lancaster from the Human Resources Department, one of our deputy directors, provide a presentation.
Hello, thank you.
Hello, good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, and members of the public. My name is Ashley Lancaster, Deputy Director in the Human Resources Department. So as City Manager Grogan said, tonight's presentation is on vacancy rates and recruitment challenges and efforts required by Assembly Bill 2561. So again, just a high-level summary of Assembly Bill 2561. This was signed into law by Governor Newsom effective January 1st, 2025. So public agencies are required to present on the status of the vacancy rates at least once per fiscal year and prior to adoption of the budget. Included in this presentation, we'll review any obstacles for the hiring process. An additional obligation for the Assembly Bill that was signed into effect is if there are any bargaining units that have a 20% or greater vacancy rate, we are required to present additional information, such as the total number of job vacancies, the number of applicants for those positions, as well as the average number of days to complete the hiring process, and finally, opportunities to improve compensation and other working conditions. I do want to note for the last item, we are currently in the negotiation progress with many of our bargaining units. Currently, we do have 2 bargaining units that are at 20% or greater vacancy rate. So really, when we get to addressing opportunities for improving working conditions and compensation, it is really more the appropriate forum to address that through the negotiation process and will not be addressed during this presentation. This slide does provide a high-level summary of all of the hiring activity that has occurred this fiscal year. So to date, we have had 142 new hires, rehires, or promotions. That's a very significant number. I do want to note that we do have 62 promotions in the city. So I think that is a great testament to the hiring and training and development that is occurring citywide. That's about 44% of our total number of recruitment activities. One thing I do want to note with that is obviously as we're really excited to promote our internal employees, that does still leave us with a vacancy elsewhere in the city where we will need to recruit for the position. Overall, our current vacancy rate is about 14.16%. So we will go further in detail and how that impacts the bargaining units on some other slides. I do want to also point out that this slide does not detail the number of as-needed hiring, so those are our temporary employees that we do hire. To date, we've hired about 194 as-needed employees throughout the city, so that really is a significant workload and volume that we are taking as we are going through the hiring process. Additionally, we did want to point out our turnover rates for our full-time employees. We're currently at about 7.6%. The next couple slides will detail the vacancy rates broken down by bargaining units. This particular slide does detail bargaining units that have a 20% vacancy rate or lower. So the next slide will go over the bargaining units that have 20% or greater. I do want to point out for the top four, so really we do have, those are the groups between 15.67% and 18.18% vacancy rate. Two of those are our management groups. For the first one on classified fire management, I do want to point out we do have 2 vacant FTEs. However, the number of budgeted positions is fairly small at 11. So because we do have just 2 vacancies, it does increase the vacancy percentage. On the bottom half, we are looking at 4 additional units that have vacancies under 15%. So that does include our greatest bargaining unit, so the the City of Santa Clara Employees Association, currently at 14.16%, and then the remaining 3 are part of our sworn positions, so including the police fire department, as well as our police management positions. This slide does detail both the bargaining units that have a vacancy rate of 20% or greater. So we do have 2. Currently, the engineers of the City of Santa Clara, they do have 15 vacant positions with their vacancy rate currently at 30%. And then the Public Safety Non-Sworn Employees Association with 14 vacancies, bringing their vacancy rate to 20%. It is notable that during this current fiscal year alone, the City Council did approve adding 18.25 FTEs throughout the year. 6 of those positions were actually engineering positions that were added during this current fiscal year, which did by default increase and spike the vacancy rate, so that is why it is extraordinarily high at 30%. But we are actively recruiting on filling all of those vacancies, which we'll detail on the next couple slides. We do also have 21 FTEs that are proposed to be added in the fiscal year that is upcoming, as well as we know that there is going to be additional positions in the following fiscal year. I do want to point out that we do have 7 formal offers that are upcoming for the next couple pay periods, and we actually have 25 conditional offer letters that are out to candidates that cover multiple bargaining units. So that is a pretty significant number. Hopefully they all clear the backgrounding process and we can onboard them really by the time the budget is adopted, and taking into account we're pretty much going to be maybe slightly under 14% with our overall vacancy rate when we consider those potential new hires as well as the addition of the positions in the upcoming budget cycle. I do want to start out by a general timeline of our recruitment process. So generally, across the organization, recruiting can take anywhere from 3 to 6 months. So this does depend on various factors, including the various steps that are required in the recruitment process. Some recruitments may require multiple steps in the process, such as a written exam, performance exam, and oral board interview. Others may not require all the steps in the process. We do recruit for some specialized positions, which maybe we anticipate we're going to get a low number of candidates, so we may look to maybe leave the position open as a continuous recruitment in an effort to really broaden out the candidate pools. And then for some of our positions, primarily in the police department, they do have extended backgrounding process, a lot of them per post guidelines, which can take anywhere from 3 to 4 months, so that does also extend the recruitment process. More specifically, looking at the engineers, we do have 4 classifications that are vacant throughout the city. This slide does provide an overall summary of where we are currently with those recruitments and those positions. So again, as required by AB 2561, this is a summary of the current vacancies for those classifications. We are providing additional information in terms of where we are with the recruitment status, the number of applications we've received for those positions. We also have added an additional column that does detail the candidates that are currently on the eligible list. As this is a classified recruitment process, we do have a ranked eligible list for our classified positions, and that is subject to the civil service rules and regulations. And then the last column does detail the current recruitment timeline, so this is just gives an approximation of how many months we've currently been working on the recruitment since it was posted. For the associate engineer classification, it is great news. We do have 1 associate engineer scheduled to start later this month. We do also have 2 additional conditional offers out to candidates that have been accepted, so that will help reduce the vacancy rate for this particular group. We did also recently promote 1 electric utility engineer as well as 1 senior electric utility engineer. And then we do also have 1 candidate in the reference process for the senior electric utility engineer position. So hopefully if we are at least able to get those 4 candidates in, that will help reduce the vacancy rate to about 22% within the next month or so. We will obviously continue recruiting for these positions and looking at other ways to expand our recruitment efforts so we can make sure we can fill these vacancies. Moving on to the next bargaining unit that does have a 20% vacancy rate, the Public Safety Non-Sworn Employees Association. We do have 4 classifications that are currently vacant in this bargaining unit. One of them for the jail service officer is currently in the conditional offer, the backgrounding stage. So as I mentioned, the backgrounding process can add about 3 to 4 months to any given recruitment, especially for the police department positions. This candidate is really close to finalizing, so we are hopeful we can extend a formal offer letter within the next couple of weeks, which will also reduce the vacancy rate to about 18.5% for the overall unit. We will be recruiting continue the recruiting efforts for the police record specialists as well as public safety dispatchers. We do have a higher number of vacancies for those positions, but those candidates that are, many of those candidates on the eligible list are currently in the pre-backgrounding process. So pending that they do pass the pre-backgrounding steps, we will proceed to issue them a conditional offer so they can finalize the rest of the background process. And then we do have the senior public safety dispatcher recruitment, which was just posted. So as of now, we do have 1 applicant. So we're going to continue the recruitment efforts for that position. The next slide is going to cover our recruitment challenges. So as I did briefly mention, we are a civil service rules agency. We do have civil service rules and regulations that govern the classified recruitment process. More information is detailed in the council memo. Being though that it is a structured process that we must follow, especially for our classified positions, it does detail essentially the steps that we are required to follow, as well as sometimes some timeline constraints. So that is why that we do see that it does take longer than perhaps the private sector. We just don't have as much flexibility for some of our classified positions, which does make up about 82% of our overall positions throughout the city. As you are well aware, we are definitely a full-service city. We have so many services and operations going on all the time. The departments are really working at full capacity and full workload. So sometimes this can present some challenges when recruiting just because there are some vacancies. We are working really closely with the hiring departments and hiring managers to prioritize the recruitments and really making sure we map out and plan the timeline so we can try and be as expeditious as we can during the recruitment process. We do sometimes also encounter some challenges with the candidate pool. So sometimes for specialized positions, the candidate pool is lower. So that is why you will see that we may have a continuous recruitment open just as we try and fill those vacancies. And finally, I've already touched on this a little bit, but our backgrounding process sometimes for some positions can take a long time. So that does also delay the recruitment process. Finally, going over our recruitment efforts. So our recruiters are at full recruitment capacity. So we have a really great human resources recruitment team, 3 full-time recruiters who are working on about 15 recruitments at any given time. So that's a really high workload. Just for some context, we have about 54 classifications we're currently recruiting for, which actually impacts about 121 positions citywide. That's a very significant volume. So we are, like I said, always recruiting. Always trying to get people to join the city of Santa Clara, so it is a very high volume, but we're really appreciative for all the work that our recruiters do. Additionally, the management staff in the Human Resources Department do also try and fill the gap and are also handling recruitments just so we can try and keep and lower the vacancy rate. We are always looking at ways to evaluate and streamline the recruitment process. So as I mentioned, we do have civil service rules and regulations, so we do see if there are ways we can streamline as long as it's in the confines of the civil service rules and regulations. One project we are beginning to look at is revising the civil service rules and regulations in an effort to try and streamline the process. I do want to note, though, this is subject to the meet and confer process, so as we work through those steps, that will be incorporated as part of the evaluation of what any revisions may look like. We have attended 9 career fairs citywide, so this does include local colleges and universities, including some local high schools as well. Additionally, we do have some departments who do additional advertising in addition to what they are doing with working with the Human Resources Department, specifically our police, fire departments, and SVP. They are going and recruiting to try and fill some of their harder fill positions and attending those additional career fairs. As you're aware, we are doing a partnership with Mission College for a summer internship program. We're really excited about this. We do have 13 Mission College interns who have started between last pay period and this pay period, so they'll be with us throughout the summer. So we are hoping that this is a really great experience to engage them, and hopefully they apply for jobs with the city of Santa Clara, and so we are very excited to have them join us. We have also enhanced our benefits packages as we have gone throughout the negotiation process through the bargaining units, so that has helped with some retention efforts. In fact, for some of our administrative positions, we've actually been seeing a pretty big influx in applications. For one example, we have conducted a recent recruitment where 2 years ago, we only had 25 applications. Last year, we had 135 applications. And then this year, when we conducted it, we had 236 applications. So we are seeing some increases in some of our candidate pools, primarily our administrative classifications. We are also working on expanding our recruitment efforts, so we're always looking to see if there's other ways to advertise the city. Additionally, on tonight's budget to be adopted, we do have a proposal to add another NeoGov feature called Attract. So this will help us be more proactive in our recruitment efforts and really trying to target and engage applicants who have applied for other public agencies through NeoGov and really outreaching to them and encouraging them to apply for positions with the city. We have also, specifically for our public safety dispatchers, as you're aware, we do have quite a few vacancies particular to this classification. Obviously, this is not a problem that is only unique to the city of Santa Clara. This is something that is really encountered statewide, where dispatchers, the position has become really difficult to fill. So we have looked at offering, and we have implemented lateral hiring incentives, a retention bonus. We recently just brought forward some revisions to the senior public safety dispatcher classification, really in an effort to try and expand that candidate pool. So there is definitely a lot of activity that we're doing on the recruitment side in an effort to fill our positions. So I would like to thank you. This does conclude the city's presentation.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions of Ashley? I want to get to the bargaining unit so we can keep them general. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As far as one of the challenges you mentioned was the civil service rules, is that something that we can work to streamline? Not to change any of the process or the due diligence due processes that our associations would deal with, but just to help streamline that process. It does definitely help and assist our staff the more vacancies that we fill, and make sure that we're not overdoing it with overtime and things like that, where our staff is working all the time and not benefiting from the work that they're doing by taking some time off. So I'm not sure, you mentioned that we're going to do a meet and confer. Hopefully that is going well. If not, I think it's something that would probably be beneficial for the city to do. But thank you for bringing up the challenges. I know that there's definitely challenges within the workforce. If there's anything else as far as even whether it's salaries or things like that, what would make us more competitive to make sure that we can fill as many of the vacancies as we can? And obviously some of the vacancies are in different areas, but whatever we can do as a city to make sure that we can provide to you, HR, to make it easier to hire and thereby make it easier for our staff to have a more balanced work-life environment.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Cox.
Thanks. Yeah, I drew some assumptions from this, so I'll have to have you correct me if I'm wrong. I think my question really is surrounding the current recruitment timeline. My assumptions are that as soon as you post a position, and for example, if there's 3 vacancies, all 3 are posted at once, the timeline varies from 1 month to 9 months for these positions. So I guess I want to understand better, if we're filling one of the vacant positions, we're assuming that timeline is still going on for recruitment. And then you spoke to recruitment efforts that brought in more viable candidates. However, I don't think that candidates or applications are the issue. It's eligible candidates, because there's such a small pool of eligibility. So when you say that we've got 225 more applicants, are they applicants that are going to be eligible in the first place? I guess because I'm saying from the outside looking in, it looks like it takes a tremendous amount of time, even though there are viable candidates here, for them to be hired. And I'd like to get a better understanding about where in the recruitment process we really need to tighten up.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I had posed this question earlier about utility engineers. We received 44 applicants. And I guess what I heard in the response was that many of them didn't have any utility experience. And what I'm wondering is if you had somebody who had an electrical engineering degree, in power electronics or something else, could they learn the job, as an intern or as a probationary employee, rather than require? It's the sort of normal catch-22 problem is you can't get hired unless you have experience, but if you're out of college, how do you get the experience? So I'm trying to understand how we can hire utility engineers that may not have direct utility experience.
Those are our questions. City Manager.
Let me start with these and facilitate. So the first question was from Councilmember Gonzalez in regard to our civil service rules. I'll just say in general, yes, we can look at modernizing some of our civil service rules, and part of that will involve some interaction with our bargaining groups, and so we've already had conversations about that and can begin that process. I think the second question was really from Councilmember Cox around our recruitment timeframes and areas where we can improve that. So I'll turn that over to the HR department. I will say, though, that generally a time frame of approximately 5 to 6 months is typical for a public agency. I know that the department has done a number of things to improve the process, but of course there's always additional things that we can do. And so I'll just turn that over to Ashley for a little bit more articulation.
Yes, certainly. So for clarification, it is correct that if we do have one vacancy or one classification that's vacant, let's just say there's 3 vacant positions, we will post them all at the same time. That is really the effort to get them filled as quickly as possible. Also because especially for our classified positions, they do have eligible lists. So what that means is that eligible list is actually good for generally 1 year. There are some caveats specific to our sworn positions, but generally once we go through the entire recruitment process, the eligible list is established, and that is good for 1 year for us to essentially pull the candidates off the list. So obviously there's some pros and cons to that method because if we do have a vacancy, if the eligible list is very strong and competitive, we can more quickly hire those people into the positions. However, if the eligible list is not as competitive, we actually would have to go through the steps either to let the eligible list expire, which is obviously not ideal, or we would have to bring it forward to the Civil Service Commission. So the Civil Service Commission is the board that governs the civil service rules and regulations, so we would have to bring it forward to them. And basically, we're trying to exhaust every effort to make sure that we've gone through and determined that none of those candidates are actually viable for the position before we actually even get to that step in the process. But the timeline does vary because the civil service rules do outline the waiting plan is what it is called. That does govern essentially what steps are required for the process for each position. So it does vary for all the positions. So some positions may require a written exam, which does take time because we have to obviously schedule candidates. It takes us a couple weeks to actually order the tests and have them delivered, administer the exam, as well as then scoring the exams. Some recruitments do require a performance or practical examination. So that is more of like a hands-on examination just to see how candidates can do on the job, more of a practical test. And then there is also the oral board interview. So that does all take time and steps to do in the recruitment process. We obviously have to make sure we can't create shortcuts because it is predefined by the Civil Service Commission. And if we do want to change the waiting plan, we do have to bring it forward to the Civil Service Commission. I do want to note that the Civil Service Commission is scheduled to meet once a month. So we really have to plan out in advance pretty far. If we're planning on making any changes, we really have to be able to hit that meeting when it comes up because they only meet once a month. And if we do miss a meeting, then it does get deferred a little bit later. So sometimes that does add additional time into the process as well. And then in terms of, I believe the second part of that question was more efforts to fill and determining the viable candidates on the list. Essentially, in order to get on the ranked eligible list, they have to pass all of the prior components. So although they may pass the components, they may be deemed as being qualified for the position. Sometimes it may not be a best match for the department's position. So that is sometimes where we do get into some challenges. Sometimes candidates go on the eligible list and they decide they don't actually want the position right away, but they want to remain on the eligible list. So sometimes we do get stuck because we actually cannot proceed to fill the position because the candidate has decided to remain on the list, even though they may not be interested in the position at that time. So there are some of those unique caveats that do contribute to the extension of the timeline as well.
City Manager, is that it?
There is an additional question from Councilmember Jane. Okay, I've got this one. So in terms of the question regarding the electric utility engineer application, so we did get 44 applicants for the position. That particular position does require experience in an electric utility, so it does limit the candidate pool. Previously, we have had some discussions with the department if we do want to modify the minimum qualifications for the position. So that is an option that is possible. I think for us, we would need to re-explore back with the department if it's actually viable for those positions that they're looking to fill. There is a process that is required to update it. We obviously do have to work with the bargaining unit to essentially come to consensus on updating the class specification. It does also have to be brought forward to Civil Service Commission. Again, they meet once a month for approval. And then we also do have to bring the classification forward to council for final approval before we actually can begin the recruitment process. So there are multiple layers and steps, especially for our classified positions, just not as much flexibility in the process.
Thank you. Kevin, do you have a question? Kevin Park?
Yes, I do. So thank you very much. I think City Manager still has a couple of questions to answer. But regarding the eligibility list, I mean, you talked about sometimes it's not the best match, sometimes people don't want to take the jobs immediately, but what are the reasons, what other ways do you expire candidates from the eligible list? I mean, other than somebody who's there, that doesn't want to take the job immediately, and then a year later they're off the list. But you said that they have to pass all of the prior components. Sometimes you don't have a good match, and I don't know how you determine that after they met all the components. So that's a little bit of how you manage the eligible list, because it seems like you said that sometimes you have to wait for them to expire, and that's a problem as well, and that would add a substantial time if an eligible list lasts for a year. Second thing is, I mean, I'm hearing a lot of the other questions, and I think that Councilmember James, I'll wait for the answer on this one, but when I was younger, 100 years ago, we had Explorer Scouts, we had internships, journeyman programs, where people could get experience, right? And they could watch. And Explorer Scouts started from a very young age. I mean, it wasn't that they wanted to get a job. They were interested in the area. And I don't know, how much we do that kind of stuff where we know we're not going to hire them today, but we're building out an interest, we're building out skill sets so that they could, if they wanted to, in the future. And maybe they'll go to a college, maybe they'll go someplace, they'll work doing something else for a while, but because they have the experience, because they have the connection, maybe, 8 years later, 5 years later, 10 years later, they'll come back and say, this is where I'd like to be, and they've got the skill sets to do that. Thank you.
Sure.
Manager, is that a question or a
Sure.
comment?
Let me take the first part of that, because I think it's a multi-part question where one size doesn't fit all. First, I'll say that there are some positions where we absolutely need experience, right? And I think the example that we were talking about, the senior utility position, we need experience. That said, we do have internships that we're bringing back. We also have a number of what we call as-needed positions, but are really entry-level part-time positions. And there are a number of employees in this organization that started as neededs, right? And so that does happen. But I think part of the question was also about more training programs that I think Santa Clara and industries have really gotten away with. And so we do take those, your comments, and have had some conversations about ways to start those programs. Certainly partnership with Mission College, the Mission College internship program we've talked about, as well as you know, Mission College is partnering on an AI program. And so we'll continue to have those conversations, but where we can start apprenticeship programs, I think we can look into that. But for a number of the positions that I know that are vacant right now, they really do require that journey level experience.
Yes, that is correct. So many of the positions that are vacant, they do require at least some years of experience. Sometimes, not all positions require a college degree, but most of the ones that are more journey level do require a college degree. So the candidates would actually need to meet the minimum qualifications. Again, if we were to adjust or change any of the minimum qualifications, we do have to go through the steps to meet and confer with the bargaining unit, bring it forward to Civil Service Commission as well as to council. Just to touch on what City Manager Grogan said, we do have actually 25 interns for the summer, so across the various departments. So that is one way, we really are hoping to encourage students to apply for jobs with the City of Santa Clara. And then we also do have a number of as-needed positions where a lot of them are hired. They are getting experience as they are on the job, getting familiar with city processes and procedures. And that does tend to make sometimes them a more competitive candidate in the recruitment process as well. And then there was another question too on how we do manage the eligible list. When candidates maybe don't want to be on the eligible list, we do try and be proactive. So, we will reach out to candidates to inquire, if they are interested, to try and see if, if they're really not interested at this time, do they actually still want to remain on the eligible list, even though maybe they previously told us they did want to remain. We will, like I said, be more proactive for those candidates. One of the challenges we may have, because we do have to recruit by classification, sometimes, just for example, if Public Works is recruiting for a position, but let's just say later on through the life of the eligible list, the Water and Sewer Utilities Department has a vacancy, they do have to go back and refer to that same eligible list for that particular classification. So when we're referring to sometimes the candidates may not be the best match for the position, sometimes they may just not have the right skill set, even though they are on the eligible list, because there are some different specialties that we do have. But that is some confines with the civil service rules that we do have.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to now go to the bargaining units that wanted to speak this evening. We're going to start first with Unit 4, Javon Valath. Please come forward. Welcome, Javon. Javon?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, esteemed members of the City Council, members of the public, and those watching at home. It's an honor to be here this evening. My name is Jeevan Balath. I'm the president of Unit 4. A little bit of background on me. I have 15 years of experience in public utility. I started my career after college at the City of Palo Alto Utilities. The last 10 years, I've been at Silicon Valley Power. I've done a variety of projects from distribution planning, transmission operations. As of most recently, I've been focused on big infrastructure projects. The South Loop project, which had a lot of council interaction with 82 poles and 37 easements, all going through the eminent domain, was my project as well. I currently have 4 data center projects. 3 of them are energized, and those 4 data center projects alone represent about 200 megawatts of future build, which is like the size of the city of Palo Alto or 4 Alamedas. So enough about me. I'm here today in the capacity of Assembly Bill 2561. I just want to read this one statement that the legislator finally declares as follows. High job vacancies impact public service delivery and the workers who are forced to handle heavier workloads, with understaffing leading to burnout and increased turnover that further exacerbates staffing challenges. I think that sentence kind of encapsulates what's happening in Unit 4 with our 30% vacancy rate. And also thank you, Madam Mayor, for giving me the full 15 minutes so I don't have to rush through this. Kind of a brief overview of my presentation here. We'll start off just looking at some statistics on the overall Unit 4. And then we'll take a deep dive into the civil engineers, the water engineers, and the SVP engineers. We'll talk a little bit about the future revenue potential in terms of transfer and lieu in our load growth. And finally, we'll do my call for action. So you can see on this slide here that our staffing has basically stayed the same. In 2020, we were at 36. We dropped 33, then went to 36, 32, and now in 2025, we're at 35 positions. We've had a total of 19 separations between 2020 and 2024. The average years of service in our group is 6.4 years. 30 out of the 35 engineers have under 10 years of service. which also means that, most of our membership aren't part of the old classic retirement program. They don't have the same incentives to be lifers as previous engineers that were hired previously for that. I also want to talk a little bit about Unifor's cost to general fund. This is from the HR department as RFI. 1% raise in total comp value is $30,000 to general fund and about $100,000 to the enterprise funds. We also have some of our public work engineers that recoup the cost through the fees. So we're talking about, in the grand scheme of the budget and the enterprise budget, a very small amount of money when we talk about raises to be competitive. And right here you can see the overtime kind of trend that's been happening over the last 5 years. It's gone from 200,000 to 482,000. Our staff sizes stay the same, but the workload has been increasing exponentially. And even how those numbers look, it only represents 3.6% of the total cost of our unit, using the previous numbers provided by HR. So now let's take a dive into the public works engineers. They do a lot, from encroachment permits to managing CIP projects, but what I really want to focus on today is the managing of the CIP projects and the public infrastructure projects. This here is just kind of give you a rough kind of feel of how our staffing compares to other agencies. You can see that the CIP budget at Santa Clara is $112 million. On a biannual basis, closer to 200, but we want to keep apples to apples here. You can see we have less engineers, both in the CIP department and in the development engineering department. And we process more permits than Mountain View, but they have half the CIP budget. Sunnyvale has a quarter of our budget, and a lot more engineers as well. And that's not to include, the big thing that's passed this year, which is the bond projects, which adds another $400 million in the CIP budget over 10 years, obviously, in tranches. Some of the council members have asked questions about, do we have the bandwidth to do this? Is staff currently working on bond projects? The answer to that is yes, they are. They're diverting, time to plan for these bond projects. And I will give credit that there is a new position being added as part of the adoption of this budget to add one more senior civil engineer, which is great to be proactive like that. But again, that's only going to increase our vacancy rate. Water utility. I feel like there's been a lot talked about the water utility, so I'll kind of just keep this part brief. What I really want to highlight here is we have 5 budgeted and only 3 filled positions. So within water, we have a 40% vacancy rate. And, I don't need to talk about, how much we value having clean and accessible water, so I'll just leave it at that. I also want to note that we don't have a current senior engineer, and the water department has been plagued by the most turnover out of any of the other departments that, under our group. All right, now let's talk about SVP engineers. What's happening in Santa Clara is truly unique in terms of load growth and what we've been able to achieve so far. SVP is a vertically integrated utility. It means we own generation, transmission, operations. Palo Alto's, Alameda's, they don't have that. So we have a very kind of specialized skill sets that are needed across various departments that also add to our recruitment challenges. Within SVP, we have a 35% vacancy rate, roughly. And I know in the RTC and in the presentation by Ashley, there was a lot of discussion about, there was 6 new positions added, and that kind of created the spike in the vacancy rate. I want to note that prior to that, it was still at 20%. And I wanted to kind of walk through Manuel Pineda's justification for adding those 6 positions. So as you can see here, the operating expenses have increased 30%, sales have increased 49%. Our CIP budget ballooned from $206 million to $608 million. And then in 24-25, it ballooned to $804 million. And the FTE position increases haven't kept up with that growth. And actually, in our current budget, it's $948 million. So the CIP budget just keeps going up. And I will say, I think more projects are coming and more positions are going to be probably added. And as part of that justification, Manuel presented a lot of kind of data on employees per megawatt, employees per substation, And I want to note as well that he fully expected that additional needs would be needed in the future, and this was kind of a, a short-term fix as the staffing study was done. And I also want to note that what we're trying to accomplish here with these projects in this $950 million budget is truly unique. We're trying to rebuild every single one of our receiving stations, NRS, KRS, SRS, a 115 kV line, a battery energy storage project, and have the ISO deliver on their projects in order to build the 1,300 megawatt system. One of these projects alone would be a Herculean effort. All three, plus the 115 kV line, it's a huge challenge. It's fun. We have a lot of experience here that you can't get anywhere else, but there are huge technical challenges into achieving this. Also, our operation engineers are also getting burdened by these projects too. They're part of the design process, review, input. They have to maintain them, and at the end of the day, when we energize these projects, they have to integrate into a live system, which takes a lot of engineering effort across the board. And I also want to note that 12 positions were added on this council action, and 5 of them are within our Unit 4 group. We only represent about 7% of the total FTEs in SVP, yet the request had 42 of the new positions, be engineers. And I think this really illustrates like the outsized impact that these CIP projects have specifically to the engineering department. And here you can see kind of the electric utility capital projects. For those junctions from mine, Homestead is mine. You look at the system expansion projects, the growth projects, and the reliability projects, and you can see, we have been prioritizing growth and, new substations over reliability projects. And I think part of getting us to a proper staff size will help us address some of those maintenance needs that have kind of been foregone. And then also, this has been presented to the customers. We have a 750 megawatt limit, and we currently peaked at 722 megawatts. So what that means is, as we wait for these projects to be built so that we have a higher capacity system, we're running through really hard operational challenges that will probably result in us having to shed load in peak kind of conditions, moving forward until we're able to build these projects. And that puts an immense amount of pressure on both the projects teams and the operations teams in order to try to navigate surviving in the system until these projects are built. And also, for the energization of these big rebuild projects, the windows for these outages to cut things over are starting to shrink as our loads grows, which adds another technical challenge. And then, there's also the huge explosion in contract spending. This right here is just the top 8 firms that we do engineering contract services with. And we pulled this information from eBuilder, which roughly equals $63 million. And our current operating expense in SVP from our budget engineers is roughly $6 million a year. So we're currently running at a rate of 2.5 times the internal staff in consulting engineering services. And I think there needs to be a long-term plan to try to balance these two things out. There was also a lot of discussion about recruitment and retention efforts. I've attended 2 Cal Poly job fairs. On the right, you see me with Ali Jackman, who's spearheading all the system expansion projects. And the handsome man next to me as well is Zishan. And unfortunately, we just lost him to Amazon, kind of doing the counterpart of what I do in the data center projects. And that slide is me presenting to the Power Engineering Society of San Luis Obispo, Cal Poly. And one of the things I told them is there's a big shift happening. When I was graduating college, software engineer was the hot thing. That's where people were making a lot of money. And you see now that their software engineering job openings have hit a 5-year low, right? A lot of companies are holding off on software engineering hiring because AI is very easy supplemental for taking those kind of jobs. And so you're seeing this kind of backing off. However, with this AI infrastructure, we're seeing a boom in power engineering, which is the kind of engineers that we need here in Santa Clara. You can see some of these titles here: data centers seek amid a talent shortage. There aren't enough engineers to meet the world's growing hunger for power. It's all hands on deck. And I think that kind of summarizes the macro shift that's happening as we try to recruit these positions. And this slide, I know you guys have seen this before, but let's just say, props to public power. You see all the big market cap companies at the top there on the high end of the rate, and us at the very bottom. I think it's a huge service to our citizens, what we're able to provide at these rates, and I think it should be valued. I'm gonna kind of gloss over this. I just want to note that, transfer in lieu, 5% of gross funds goes to general fund. We don't have a utility user tax. It's baked into the rates, as opposed to like PG&E, which is not only way more expensive, where our rates are 60% lower. We also don't have a utility user tax. And I'm not trying to advocate for utility user tax. I just want to point out that a lot of other cities have utility user tax. San Jose nets $145 million from the utility user tax. I know Councilman Chang made comments on the revenues from other cities, and that's really more of a function of just higher rates. When you have way higher rates, you're going to collect more utility user tax. But it's not unprecedented that other cities have 7.5%, 9%, 5% utility user tax. And what's unique about Santa Clara is it won't really be a progressive tax. It's, for every dollar by residents, $19 will be generated by our big industrial customers. And now we go to this SP historic load growth. What you see here is basically a tale of two cities. The blue line is what's projected in the budget that you're going to adopt today. And the green line is what our engineering staff has done a lot of work to try to convince the ISO and the CEC to adopt in order to build all of the ISO projects that support our load growth. And if we assume a 3% rate increase, then that's a 2% growth in the current budget, and the green line is what the CEC adopted. If you were to look at that difference in general fund transfers over the 10-year horizon, we're talking in the range of $200 million. So just think about all of the services, all of the pillars of council support that could be happening if we're able to achieve that. But in order to achieve that, we have to staff up. We need to be able to hire engineers. We need to be able to build these projects. And with that, my call for action is I want to note that as part of South Loop project, I started watching a lot of council meetings, and there was a lot of kind of media noise at the time about the divisiveness of the council. And in my experience, with everything SVP related, I've seen the council make the hard decisions, sometimes not politically expedient, like the 115 kV line route that you guys approved. And I have confidence that the council will work with Unit 4 here, and we can solve this together, because on the other side of it is a lot of money for everybody. And I think we can do great things with it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for all of your service to Santa Clara as well. Thank you, Javon. Next, we have Leslie Loretto from Unit 10. Welcome, Leslie.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members and those that are watching, as well as my amazing peers. Thank you for this opportunity to address the challenges facing Unit 10, the Santa Clara Police Department, and our community. My name is Leslie Loretto. I am one of the 3 working senior public safety dispatchers. I began my career dispatching with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department in 2000 and left my position there as a supervisor to start my new role with the Santa Clara Police Department in January of 2015. I now have just close to 25 years of experience in dispatching as a public safety dispatcher. To start, I hope that we can acknowledge that vacancy numbers alone do not reflect the true health of our department. Those numbers are bad enough on their own. We currently only have 11 out of 15 working record specialists, that's 73%, and only 12 out of 21, 57%, working dispatchers, which will soon be going down to 10, which includes 3 working dispatch supervisors. To make matters worse, we are also working in professions where extended leaves of absences due to FMLA and illnesses significantly impact operations. Our ability to hire and onboard new employees is significantly outpaced by the rate at which we can lose people to retirement, performance standards, and resignation. The number of qualified applicants continues to dwindle, and the demands that we place on our employees remains among the most rigorous that you will find. Beyond servicing an ever-growing city, we are one of the few agencies where every dispatcher must master answering police, fire, and medical calls and dispatching police and fire units over the radio, whereas in larger agency, each of these disciplines can be specialized positions. From the date of hire, it takes anywhere between 3 to 6 months to prepare an experienced lateral dispatcher to operate independently. When we onboard someone someone new to this profession, that timeline increases anywhere from 9 to 12 months. In other words, we were able, if we are able to hire an experienced lateral dispatcher today, they may be ready in time for Super Bowl 60 in February, if we're lucky. An experienced new hire may be ready in time for FIFA World Cup, which we know we have 6 large events that are occurring. Unfortunately, between the background process and job offers to our applicants from better paying agencies, our hiring success rates leaves little hope for us to be staffed in time. In 2023, we had only 15 qualified applicants and were able only to hire 1, who is thankfully still with us. In 2024, we again only had 10 qualified applicants, but were only able to hire 3. Unfortunately, only 2 remain as one of them returned to their prior agency. In the first half of 2025, we have received 7 qualified applicants. However, as of yet, we have not been able to hire any of them. While our department benefits from a strong culture, great leadership, and a supportive community, thank you, and the financial realities of working for the Santa Clara Police Department make recruiting and retaining qualified personnel a significant challenge. The cost of living in Santa Clara County is the highest in the nation, yet our compensation is 10% less than our peers at Mountain View and Milpitas. We not only require our employees to be super commuters, we ask them to incur the significant cost of mileage and bridge tolls while bypassing other agencies that pay significantly more. As one of the few agencies required to participate in Social Security, which takes an additional 6.2% out of our paychecks, our folks and interested folks that may be interested in our department simply cannot afford to work for the city of Santa Clara, and as an example of what drove away one of our recent lateral dispatchers earlier this year. While Santa Clara has grown from approximately 93,000 residents in 1990 to more than 131,000 today, an increase of nearly 40%, our staffing levels have diminished, and we have been forced to lower our working standards. Specifically, we have reduced minimum staffing and dispatch from 4 to 3, and now to 2 folks for 12 hours a day. We have also reduced the number of years of experience required to promote to supervisory positions. When we add the demands of staffing Levi Stadium, which requires a minimum of 4 dispatchers per event, and the growth of our daytime population due to increased tourism and commercial businesses, the workload is simply not sustainable. Working in public safety in the Bay Area presents significant challenges. We are among the few professions that cannot offer remote work, nor do we offer stock options or equity benefits. Simply stated, the labor market is choosing to pursue more lucrative careers that offer a significantly greater work-life balance and the opportunity to spend nights, weekends, and holidays with loved ones. If we want to attract and retain the kind of professionals this community deserves, we need to compete in the labor market and compete aggressively. Competitive wages are not a luxury. They're a necessity if we want to attract and retain talent in one of the most expensive and demanding regions in the county and the country. The true cost of inaction will not be measured on a budgeted spreadsheet. It will be seen in longer response times, reducing services, lower morale, and a public safety system that struggles to meet the needs of this community. We take great pride in the work that we do and the standards we uphold. However, we need your help. We need to take action immediately so that we may be staffed and ready to go when the community needs us the most. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Leslie, and thank you to everyone in your department for your service to Santa Clara. Thank you. All right, and now we have Jeremy Schmidt, Unit 2. Welcome.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Mayor, esteemed members of the council, those watching at home. Obviously, we're here talking about staffing, so I wanted to give you guys a quick update from the police department. Based on the city's numbers, we're showing just under 10% sworn staffing shortage. So we're going to try to just push through a brief and meaty presentation here real quick. So first of all, the question is, where are we, right? So when you're talking to me, we're going to focus on how many union members we have. So we currently have 132 union members, and I want to note that that does not include 4 captains, 1 assistant chief, and the chief. If you look at the chart on the right side here, what that is that's directly from our union membership system. So the number in the middle is basically the average for the year because people come and go throughout the year. But it's a very clear pictogram going back 12 years, kind of giving you an idea, starting at 136 people, ending at 132, which is, you know, a good number as of today. Importantly, we should note that Levi Stadium opened in 2014. In 2014, we're looking at 138, and we have 6 fewer today. Super important on this one is very clear there's no growth associated to the growth in the city or the addition of an NFL stadium. So the question is, do we really have 132 cops? Well, as we sit here, injuries are a pretty significant issue. Right now, we have 14 injured or on light duty. 4 of those are unlikely to return at all. 1 is likely to be full duty shortly. The rest depend on healing and quality of care. We are working collaboratively with the city right now to try to improve workers' comp service. Unfortunately, the reality of the workers' comp system is that it's intended to root out fraud. It's not intended to get people back to work. So there's a lot of delays, there's a lot of approval issues, a lot of review. Training is also an issue. So little typo here, every new officer takes at least 10 months. That was kind of the historical number for a long time. I updated the numbers further down this morning and forgot to get that one because we're showing at about 11 and a half now. So this is before they can serve a single day on the street on their own. So I was told this morning that the academy is over 6 months now because of some statutory additions, required training hours, and we're running a 22-week FTO program, assuming that there's no extensions. It's important to note that when you're training a civilian to do police work, it's very common that there are extensions in the field training program. They're typically between 2 and 4 weeks, dependent upon the issue that we're addressing. The other important thing to note is that the washout rate in this process is a real issue. Between the recruitment process, the academy, and then the FTO program, when we're trying to hire brand new cops, we're losing about 50% is the number that we're working with right now by the time we actually get them on the street and we're working with them. So with everything coming up, how are we going to solve this problem? Can we recruit our way out of the problem? Well, Super Bowl 60 is in about 8 months. FIFA's in about 1 year. If we add in the 3 to 4 month background process and we don't even account for an application process, and I'm taking the 3 to 4 month background process that Ms. Lancaster quoted in her presentation, you can see that our hope of putting a brand new officer on the street before Super Bowl 60 it's not there. What we're going to have to do is maintain our competitive advantage and offer the best possible compensation package to recruit and retain police officers. And our only hope to get anything before the major events is to try to recruit lateral officers. So a lateral transfer, we have a very small window of time left at this point where we could hope to hire some laterals. They generally have a reduced FTO program. The backrouting and onboarding is similar, but a reduced FTO program, we can get them on the street on their own much faster. This is going to require highly competitive compensation, as we're competing with several well-paid agencies that people drive by daily. But it also saves hundreds of thousands per officer in training costs. It's interesting to note that we typically get between 30 and 40 lateral applicants per hiring round. Our last round was only 5. Are we exposed to losing officers? Well, you tell me. So this pictogram here is intended to kind of show you. What I had done here is the orange dots, those are actually places where our real officers live. So you're looking at your police force right now. So you've got the star in the middle, well, not in the middle of the slide, but in the middle of the map and the rings. And then you can see all those orange dots going out 30 miles, 75 miles, 100 miles. So this is where your actual police force right now lives. And I can tell you that the laterals that we've picked up in the last few years have been going out further and further and further. Well, why is this problem? It's not a problem that Santa Clara created, but as a Bay Area employer, it's just something that we have to deal with. So on the right side of the slide here, we've got some data on basic cost of living. Obviously, the top line, San Jose Metro, is the only part that we really care about, but I left the entire chart for context and sourcing in case there's any questions on that. So what does this mean to Santa Clara? Officers will continue to move further away because of cost of living, and I can already tell you that the trend is that they're coming here from further away. And this impacts disaster service. I'll just go over that real quick. We're all defined as disaster service workers under state law. So if there's a major disaster, we're just supposed to understand that we have to come to work. Well, when you go back to the map we just took a look at, and you see where everybody is and the miles, if we have a major earthquake or a major malady, there's a possibility that the officers won't be able to make it here. What we're told to do is to report to basically the closest we can get. So your staff may be working police duty somewhere else because they just can't physically get here. Bridges, roadways, what have you. The other issue, officers are going to continue to be recruited from further away. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to compensate them to encourage them to continue driving past other well-paid agencies. The reality of the situation is the commute time is an issue. We all value our time, and commutes cost money because you got to pay for cars, gas, all the different associated issues. Well, what about Super Bowl 60 and World Cup? We're highly likely to put on these events with what we have right now or less. We have people that are already scheduled to retire before the events. We'd be fortunate to fill retirements with recruitment at this point, and those officers may not even be done with training. Our only hope to move the needle is to increase lateral inflow and encourage current officers to stay on for one more year instead of retire. This will require a highly competitive compensation package, and our last recruitment round shows that we're not doing the job right now. So how do we currently make special events happen? Well, first of all, we deploy between 160 and 200 plus officers depending on the threat assessment. Yes, that's more than we have by a long shot, and I've brought that issue up before. We use special events officers and partner agencies, but it's important to note that they have to be supervised by Santa Clara personnel. They cannot work alone. So here's what we're doing to our personnel. If you look at the chart on the right side, the line on the bottom shows our staffing going down over time, and the line on the top shows the average overtime per union member worked going up. Now that overtime number that we're using there, I got those numbers from the city, and they do not include multipliers. So if it's time and a half or whatever, we're not multiplying that times 1.5. Or if there's an overtime minimum applied, we're not using the minimum number. We're using actual like feet on the job. With those numbers in 2024, the average POA member produced almost an additional 7 weeks of full-time work. The membership as a whole produced the work of 19 full-time employees that did not exist. It's important to note that a staffing study commissioned by the city in 2015 recommended that we add several officers across all divisions. You can see that instead we've decreased by 9 officers over that time. We can easily argue that we need 200 officers. The POA members that are here are providing Rolls-Royce level service in terms of quality and quantity. As the city grows and major events increase, supporting and reinforcing public safety staffing is essential. At the end of the day, we'll continue to proudly serve the citizens of the city of Santa Clara, but it's important to note that the situation is coming to the head. when you look at staffing, growth in the city, and increased major events. And just be mindful of the graph that I showed you where the work is going up and the staffing is going down. We must maintain our competitive advantage or the job will become unsustainable. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to take questions specifically related to the presentation if you care to ask.
Thank you. We'll hold off on that, but thank you for your presentation, your information, and the POA's service to our community.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Have a nice evening.
All right, City Manager, I don't have any, is there any other bargaining units here that would like to speak? Okay. So we are to note and file? Is that
Note and
all you
file the
want?
report.
Is a note and file? Can I have a motion, please?
Motion to note and file the report.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Hardy, a second by Councilmember Jane. Vice Mayor Cox.
I just would like to make a comment, if that's okay.
Yes.
Thank you for coming and presenting. It's my first time going through negotiations, and so I think this was a real missing piece. You're all employees of the city, and we negotiate within the city, and I think that it's hard to not hear this human impact piece of it when we're in negotiations. It feels inequitable almost to hear from one side without having people there to advocate for themselves and connect these dots. So I think this was really important. I also want to note on the public safety and dispatch thing, I think there are pieces that are important in this. I just learned from my provost directly that Santa Clara University is graduating on the same day as the first game of World Cup and will not have police services at graduation. And so this impact to our community now is huge, and it can't be ignored. I don't have the answers for it, but I do just want to say thank you, and it is important to hear from you guys directly.
I echo those sentiments as well. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I think that hearing the stories is always a good thing. I mean, we take the opportunity to meet with each of the units and each of the people that comes in, and they tell us a lot of really interesting things about how their particular jobs are being affected. I do know, talking to Unit 10, hearing the importance of each of the roles that we're looking at the record specialist, at the jail officers. I have a question, though. It's who determines how much staffing is required? And how does population factor into this? I mean, we know that we have a growing population. We know that when it comes to public safety, that Unit 10 is one of the things. Like, public safety doesn't know where to go if Unit 10 is not there. I mean, they do the records checks. There's a lot of stuff that needs to happen before people arrive. But we see it's clearly not scaling with population. How does it scale? What determines how big department should be, and how is that updated? Thank you.
You want to answer that, City Manager?
Sure. Sounds like a simple question, but a very, very complicated answer. The short is that it is not formulaic, right? If you have X workload, you need Y staff, or if you have X number of calls for service, you need Y officers. So it's a complicated process. As you know, we are engaged in a number of organizational studies across the city. And so that was an effort that we started, I believe, a little over 5 months ago with a series of departmental org reviews that will analyze our structure, analyze our workload, make a number of recommendations. I've been a consultant. Sometimes a consultant borrows your watch and tells you what time it is. I can guarantee you that a number of those studies will come back and say we need additional staff in every department in the city. The counterbalance is our budget, our fiscal resources. We know we've had a structural deficit. We know we're doing a fiscal sustainability project, and we are in collective bargaining with 7 groups this year alone. And so the main buttress that we have against hiring additional staff is financial resources. And so we do that through our budgeting process, we do that through the collective bargaining group process, and we do that through the normal work that your management staff undertakes throughout the year.
I mean, I understand that finances ultimately determines what we can hire and what we can support. But I think that there would be studies. For example, if we do development, we look at transportation and we look at how transportation will be affected if a development gets done. We talk about vehicle miles, we talk about delay, how much things will be delayed. Are we doing the same thing for services? Are we looking at how much response times will be increased, what response times will be for a new neighborhood, what kinds of things like that are, and do we have a standard that says we would like to stay within this, time frame? I mean, I know that technology gets better and our response times get better even with the same number of people, but do we have a metric by which we are trying to scale our workforce?
I can't say that we have a set metric, nor do I know of other cities that have set metrics for staffing.
Thank you.
I just want to say that Santa Clara is changing. We have, an exploding economic growth here. We have the stadium now with large events, and now the biggest events in the world are happening next year in the world. We have an exploding population. We're adding, I think in 23, we were the fastest growing city in California. We also have expectations of our residents that we have the best services here, that we live in a safe community. That's what they're used to. That's what they expect. A certain quality of life that our city employees have provided to our residents. So I think we're at a crossroads here that we're going to have to take this all into consideration, because we're not who we used to be. We're very much a larger city with big city assets, and we haven't kept up with the times in terms of our number of employees and the service that we're going to need to provide in the next several years. So I hear you. I hear you. We're growing. It's big, and it's a little scary. But we have expectations. Our residents have expectations that we have to fulfill. So thank you so much. I always thought through this bargaining process, and I know Vice Mayor Cox brought this up, that we don't hear usually the other side of the story, and this Assembly bill is going to let us hear that. So thank you for giving us this information this evening. I really appreciate it. City Clerk, we have a motion second to note and file the report. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you all for coming this evening. All right. We still have more items. Budget. Are we finally there now? Okay. Next, we have public hearing action on the adoption of the proposed fiscal year 2025-26 and fiscal year 2026-27 biennial operating budget and fiscal year 25-26 capital improvement program changes. City Manager, do you have a short presentation?
No, we have a very long, no. We do have a presentation for you, Madam Mayor.
No, we've had a couple study sessions already on this. So
you absolutely have. And so,
hit the fine points.
As you know, we are taking items 7 and 8 together.
Oh, yes, let me talk about that. Action item number 8, but they'll be voted on separately. Action establishing the city's fiscal year 2025-26 appropriation limit of $697,292,626 pursuant to Article, 13B of the California State Constitution.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And so item 7 that is before you is a public hearing in the City Council's consideration of adopting our 2-year operating budget. As you may recall, this follows 2 additional meetings or prior meetings that you had on the budget on May 13th and May 27th. At both of those meetings, staff provided presentations and council asked questions. At the very last meeting on May 27th, we responded to a number of those questions from May 13th, and tonight we will also be responding to the questions that you asked on May 27th. We have a few additions in the budget based on your feedback, and so full restoration of the library materials budget for each year, so adding $145,000, bringing the total amount each year to $290,000, as well as adding additional funds for our capital projects. And so our Finance Director, Ken Lee, will discuss those items, and item 8 establishes the appropriations limit in compliance with the state constitution. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Appreciate the opportunity here, a third meeting in a row to talk about your budget. Because tonight's item is a public hearing, there are some repeats in terms of what I've talked about for full transparency for those that are engaging maybe for the first time as a public hearing, but I will get through my slides as quickly as possible given the timeline. By way of agenda here, I'll talk about what's included in the 2-year proposed budget, an overview, some of the amendments to the budget. The city manager did talk about some of those, and then go through some of the questions from our last study session. And then there are several other documents included in your packet tonight that was not included in our study sessions. These are the legal appropriation limits, the appropriations for all our city departments starting July 1 as far as what their budgets would be following potential approval of this budget. By way of overview, this budget allows for targeted investments. I know that there was a lengthy discussion around positions and the need for positions, and this budget includes the addition of positions in very key areas. It aligns closely with our city council priority areas of focus, as you can see on the right here, as the council has convened in April and affirmed some of these areas. Proposals in the budget include enhancements to city services, including police and fire, development services, homeless and housing services, sustainability, library materials. These are all areas of focus that the council identified very specifically. The budget also includes funding and positions for our GEO bond implementation. Later tonight, you'll hear from me again regarding one of the technical actions to issue bonds later this year, and so the staffing and the implementation required to get that underway, and then staffing and resources to support our major events. From a fiscal sustainability standpoint, the budget also adopts a theme of a prudent fiscal approach. It restores our budget stabilization reserve back to 25%. This is the first time hitting that level since the pandemic. And this is an important tool to weather economic downturns or other potential impacts to the organizations. The budget takes the approach of using one-time funds for one-time uses, includes funding for a fiscal sustainability plan, which would fund a consultant to take a look at the details of our budget, our services, and develop a blueprint for adding capacity for some of the many critical needs that are not funded and needed for the future. And then the last bullet here, very important, structurally, the forecast and the budget includes ongoing contributions for capital maintenance. You'll see an item in the recommendation. We heard feedback from the council to look at our capital project reserve policy, and so that direction is included in this recommendation before you. By way of numbers, the 25-26 budget totals a little bit shy of $2 billion. That number is higher from those presented the last 2 study sessions because it does include about $400 million of capital dollars carried over from one year to the next. So come June 30th, those projects continue and those dollars are needed. Also want to note the line item here regarding debt as we look forward to the completion and continue of the projects required for our system growth in our SVP utility, the corresponding debt dollars that are required to support those activities. By way of positions, a lot of conversation tonight around vacancies. I do want to note that the majority of those vacancies discussed in the last presentation are funded in the budget. So it's a collaborative effort between finance and HR with regards to the funding of those positions, and then a difficult activity of filling those positions once they're funded. But this budget here adds 21 additional positions to the budget, and on top of 18.25 positions added during the year on a given Council Tuesday. I do want to note here, just by way of activity, our SVP and water and sewer utilities account for 70% of our overall city budget. Police and fire, 8%. Public works as part of the delivery of capital projects in our city, 10% of the budget, and all other departments, about 12%. Going a little bit deeper into the details of the budget, I want to touch on many of the areas that this budget focuses additional resources on. And the first bullet here continues 12 relief firefighter positions that were originally funded through our SAFER grant. These are positions that were frozen during very difficult pandemic times. And so this budget restores the overall fire staffing to the levels pre-COVID by funding those 12 positions. There were 6 additional SAFER grant positions that were funded on a temporary basis based on vacancies at the time. And so this budget restores the overall staffing level to pre-COVID levels. This budget also includes 3 additional positions, funding for 2 police officers and a sergeant, aligning with recruitment of existing vacancies and projected future vacancies, so it grows the funded police officer positions by 3. And then the third bullet here in the fire department with the addition of new tiller trucks, a train-the-trainer approach to ensure that our firefighting staff are fully equipped to use those new equipment. With regards to the focus area of outstanding quality of life, this budget includes a management analyst to help manage the homelessness response plan, set up pilot programs, assist with overnight warming locations, and some of the other housing activities that are underway. There will be a separate study session in July to talk about the details of some of those housing programs. The budget also includes the addition of a recreation manager in our parks division to support the capital project, significant projects both underway and planning in the works, including our International Swim Center, funding in the budget for an arts master plan, and then non-departmental staffing, just the allocation of where we allocate both public safety and all the support costs for our major events, so that's included in our budget. Some of the responses in the Q&A details the salaries to departments that those resources are allocated. With regards to excellent city government, the budget includes library materials, full restoration for 2 years of $290,000 annually, 1 management analyst for sustainability to support the climate action plan approved by the council, 1 staff analyst to support the implementation of the housing element, and then a senior information technology services manager to support numerous technology projects underway. In the category of administration, the budget also includes funding for 1 legal office specialist. As you may recall, our city attorney recently hired 3 new attorney positions, so this would provide additional administrative support in that office. Funding for a potential charter amendments, human resources technology improvements to help support the recruiting of the vacancies we heard about. Funding in the Finance and Public Works Department to revise our capital project accounting and tracking and to improve transparency around project costs. 1 business analyst in our development services areas. There's a number of additions in response to both the city auditor's audit as well as feedback from the city priorities around our development services. So I'll highlight some of those later in the presentation. Resources in our utility services areas based on backlog and call volume times and over the cashiering counter, and then, as I talked about earlier, fiscal sustainability plan. Specifically in our development services in the building division, addition of a plans examiner and a senior inspector that will be directly dedicated to the cycle time and improvement of services over the counter. In our fire department, 1 fire protection engineer, 1 fire prevention specialist, 1 management analyst, and contractual services to assist with development review and inspection services. And then insurance as it relates to potential risk around our city over the next year. With regards to our GO bond implementation, I mentioned, several actions will be brought before the council with regards to the issuance of those bonds. This budget includes $1 million of funding in the first year, $2 million in the second year, all based around the restriction of the bond in the ordinance for staffing costs. And so this is general fund dollars to maximize the project funds from the bond. And so those positions include a bond projects manager, 2 engineers in the Public Works Department, and 1 management analyst. And then around our reliable utility and city infrastructure, there's a couple studies that were priorities by the city council that are funded, both around our fiber network and the walkway at the Tasman and Lafayette Bridge. And then, as I mentioned earlier, ongoing funding for capital maintenance. With regards to our capital budget, this is an off year with regards to the 2-year approved capital budget. So this includes amendments that reflect changes in estimated project cost timelines, the carryover of project funds from 1 year to the next. So that's detailed out in attachment 3 in the packet. And then the last bullet here, a separate conversation around the specific bond projects will be brought forward later in August. With regards to our reserves, I mentioned earlier the budget stabilization reserve hitting 25%, so $80.9 million. Next largest pension stabilization fund, around $35 million in the general fund, about $50 million in total. So very important, just improvement in our reserve positions in the general fund and across all city funds. Next in this section, I wanted to highlight some of the changes to the proposed budget. We heard a lot of feedback from our city council and the public over the last 2 study sessions. So the amendments to the proposed budget are included in the attachment 3 of the RTC. It includes our capital project carryovers, actions that occurred after the May 1st release of the proposed budget, which includes the restoration of library materials. The council also approved and heard as a separate action the housing annual action plan on May 13th. So this budget includes changes to the allocations based on that plan. Sewer and sewer utility funds based on information from our regional wastewater facility. SV Hopper allocation for a 3rd year of that joint grant funded and city funded program. And then working with our electric utility, several projects that had come up based on timing. And so before the council is adopted, wanted to include some changes to the capital projects based on updates to those programs. And then there's several operating carryovers included, that funding that was allocated for specific purposes and recommended to be carried over into the next fiscal year. Now, I wanted to take a moment to walk through some of the Q&A from the council from the last 2 sessions, and specifically the May 27th section. We heard a lot of feedback around fiscal sustainability and our both our condition with regards to our strong fundamentals. I think our fiscal sustainability plan project will touch on that in the upcoming year. The need for ongoing capital funds and potential change in the reserve policy, that recommendation's been incorporated into staff's recommendation tonight. Budget stabilization reserve at 25%, funding of library materials or events, or interest in how this budget corresponds to both the 26 events and tracking of expenses. Understanding of how all our council priorities fits into the budget are tracked and balanced with regards to the city's workload and interest in a scorecard. And then responses to questions from both study sessions are included in your packet. So question number 1 asked on May 27th, and I'll just touch on each of these for time's sake with regards to special events and the use of existing city services. There were several questions asked and detailed responses on the resources included in the budget. The primary resources are funded through overtime, as-needed staffing, public safety resources from other agencies. As the city manager looks at some of the events coming up, there is a temporary staffing that's being contemplated and funded with existing resources and potential salary savings. So those requests, as those events are planned and brought forward, will be funded through our existing budget and reimbursed by either the Bay Area Host Committee or other organization. Question number 2, special events dashboard. We had a meeting with our IT and our comms team looking for that dashboard to be launched by August 2025. It will include both historical and future costs and reimbursements by our Bay Area Host Committee and updated on a regular basis. Question 3, I touched on this in the staffing position around our SAFER grants, and our budget includes the restoration of 12 positions previously frozen, and 6 positions as part of that grant was funded based on existing vacancies at the time. And so this budget includes restoration of our fire staffing to pre-pandemic levels. There was a question with regards to funding of how other jurisdictions allocate capital projects. We found that cities across our county have different policies, and they range from spending a portion of our surplus funds for capital projects, so pay-as-you-go model as we've had in the past. Several cities align a minimum goal of $5 million, similar to the city of Santa Clara. And then there are several cities that have dedicated funding sources for capital projects, such as property transfer tax, storm fees, dedicating a portion of our hotel tax. And we did note that City of Palo Alto has had the highest, at least, percentage of general fund dollars going towards capital projects. So we will come back to the council as part of this budget recommendation with potential changes to our capital projects reserve policy as we explore our fiscal sustainability plan, look at how some of the other cities do it, and come back with a recommendation. Question number 5, for prior fiscal years, how do we end the year? How accurate is our budget? And our goal and our target is 2% of revenues, 2% of expenses, to end the year within 4% of the budget. Over the last 5 years, we've been tight, 0.8% in some of the harder years. And then when COVID recovered more quickly than anyone could have planned for, we did end the year with 12.8%. Just want to note that as we end the year with surplus, it's happy to have an abundance of riches, because that allows us to fill our revenues and our reserves, our capital reserve, our pension trust reserve. I know it's always a balancing act for any finance director to be both conservative from a fiscal standpoint, and also to be prudent with regards to allocating dollars for resources and expenses. And so we do that in the best professional manner that we can, based on the information we're given at the time. Question number 6, support of the unhoused. How are we simply partnering with the county? We are allocating resources directly for homelessness. That includes CDD and CMO staff, most recently on our homeless point-in-time count in January of 25. We have both shower and laundry services and other support services for rental and domestic violence. Obviously, a lot more programs could be considered, and so as part of that study session on July 8th, staff will review and go over our plan, citywide plan with regards to homelessness and its impacts. Question number 7, how are special events covered? How are they funded? I touched on this. Over $11 million of funding included in our budget, primarily for public safety costs across fire, public works, police, as well as our other agencies. And so this budget does have assumptions with regard to staffing our major events. How much stadium performance rent is anticipated? Our budget aligns with the Stadium Authority budget approved in March of this year. Currently forecasting about $2.1 million in the first year, $2.8 in the second year for performance rents. Of course, if additional performance rents generated above and beyond, then we'll bring forward those policy recommendations on the allocation of those dollars, typically in our year-end budget in December. Question number 9, a question around surplus funds and the allocation. And every year that we have surplus funds, a recommendation by staff to the council's presented in December. Our policy level around our pension stabilization reserve is 1% of our unfunded pension liability, as well as additional funds for our capital projects reserve. And we'll see that again this December with regards to the closeout of the year and surplus funds. How can the city capitalize on major events? Should the city hire a consultant to maximize TOT revenues for short-term rentals? Very good question. We are active. Our community development department is lifting our short-term rental program. There was some conversation around that as part of the fee schedule that the council approved in April. And so there will be an outreach campaign and a lift of the website for those short-term rentals in our city to register and comply with their code regulations around short-term rentals. With regards to TOT specifically, the city does have a voluntary collection agreement with Airbnb, and we are looking at others ahead of the large events. So we'll, if we are able to achieve that agreement, we'll bring back to the city council for additional revenue. So we are active in this area with regards to short-term rentals and our upcoming major events. Question 11, can staff verify 51% of the general fund budget allocated for public safety? So I did present a chart on that. It did total 51% and exclude stadium reimbursed public safety costs. Question 12, 6.7 allocated for council priorities. Are these funds earmarked for specific purposes? I talked through some of those in my slides. They are allocated for many of the council priorities: library materials or fiscal sustainability plan, fiber study, homelessness. So a lot of those service areas identified through our council priority sessions are funded through that allocation. Question 14, priorities around a dashboard. Can we have a dashboard? And so that is underway, target date for fall of this year. Question 14 around ongoing positions. There are 7 positions and 7.35 positions included in the budget on an ongoing basis based on the priorities that the city council approved. And so this budget does contemplate some positions on an ongoing basis that would, if approved in this budget, because our 10-year forecast is a point in time, we would incorporate that into our next forecast. Question 15 on the scope of our fiscal sustainability project. The goal really here is to do an analysis of our city budget, our funding sources, our infrastructure needs, our services, our unfunded liabilities, come up with an implementation action plan that our consultant will recommend to both staff and the city council for consideration, and a timeline really for implementation. And the goal is to create additional capacity to fund services, infrastructure, and other needs that aren't included in this budget. So I want to spend a slide to talk about item 8. This is a requirement by our state constitution to have a resolution with regards to the appropriations limit. This is based on a base year 1990-91, annual growth in the city population. So with our analysis, that limit is just above $697 million. Our budget is under that, so we do comply with our state constitution with this budget. And so with that, staff recommendations include approval of the budget, including amendments in attachment 3. The appropriation schedule I did mention, this is kind of the legal spending limits that our departments follow. That's detailed in attachment 4. Your Housing Authority and Sports and Open Space Authority budgets as a concurrent item here, the approval of those budgets. And then the 5th one, just based on feedback, as I mentioned earlier, around our capital projects reserve funding as we surveyed other cities and what they're doing. Having staff come back with recommendations based on the target that's existing in our policies and informed by results from our fiscal sustainability plan. As our city attorney mentioned earlier, this presentation covers also separate action item 8 on our appropriations limit shown here. And so with that, I'll pause. We have city staff. I want to acknowledge both the work of our finance department budget team and across all the city departments with regards to the work on this budget. So a team effort, and appreciate your engagement on the budget.
And everyone's looking a bit tired, so thank you so much. After this, you can all get some sleep. All right, council questions and questions only. Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Director Lee. There's a possibility we might lose our HUD funding. Can you talk about what we will do to replace that money? Because, you know, a number of nonprofits rely on CDBG funding. Is there any mechanism to replace that money from reserves or whatever? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember, nobody. Councilmember Park.
Yes. Thank you very much for the presentation again. It's good to see a refresher on some of these things, and it's good to see some of the answers in context. I mean, the comparisons with other jurisdictions is for the purpose of right-sizing or getting an idea of controlling our spend and our expectations. I think it's both of that. I mean, one of the problems that we have is Santa Clara is a rather large city. I mean, when we look at population, we're comparable to several cities, and we're smaller than some. But when we look at the services, when we look at what we provide, when we look at what the stadium has, and we look at our budget, we realize that, the size of the population doesn't tell the story of what we need to deal with in Santa Clara at all. I think this is one of the reasons we have longer council meetings than some cities is that we have a total number.
Park.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
Only, please.
I'm getting there. I mean, this is kind of a robust discussion. At some point, I need to talk about how we get to the question. So for cities that have different ways to fund capital projects, did you compare the types of capital infrastructure that they have compared to Santa Clara? I mean, it's very easy to say that people use excess funds, but again, you can use excess funds if you don't have a convention center, museums, swim center, civic center, improvements and things like that. So it's very important to also compare the type of cities that we have. Have you done that? Have we looked into, when we look at library and programs for people who are unhoused and things like public parking? I mean, one of the comments that was asked previously was, have we thought about expanding library services, like library-centric or library-centered services, where, because the library is one of the centers of, points of interest, it's where people go if they don't know where to go. For consolidating or kind of making a focal point for these services. And also, it's kind of funny to see the phrase, city council priorities are currently not prioritized after going through 2 different council priority activities. But then again, the people who went through those activities are the ones that asked the question. I guess the question is, how are we going to, when and how are we going to prioritize the priorities so that, I mean, the general obligation bond is going to prioritize some things. They're going to go through, I guess staff will come up, will promote things for us to review, but there are a number of things on there that I think we should go by priority, and sometimes it's by they're small, we can get through them, and other things we want to get them out of the way, some things that will be more expensive the longer that we wait, and some things that we need right now. And at some point, when are we going to do that level of, thinking about the projects ahead of us? Thank you.
Any other questions? I have one question. In one of the questions, I probably asked it at one of the study sessions, was about the impact that we're going to have on our community with the special events that are taking place in 2026. And one of the answers, and I don't know if it was question 8, 9, or one of them, you went kind of fast, so I didn't write down the number, but it said The answer was the impact of special events is expected to be minimal. And I don't know, was that on staffing? Because I don't think the impact is minimal for these special events that are happening in 2026. And one of the issues, and Vice Mayor Cox brought this up earlier, that we just found out, is that Santa Clara University was notified that we wouldn't have enough police services for the graduation that takes place at the same time as the first World Cup game in 2026. And that was, I talked to the city manager about this already, was very disturbing to me because graduation impacts the entire old quad. And, you know, we were assured that our city services will not be impacted while these events are happening. And that's, you know, just one example of something that could possibly happen. So could you please answer what you mean by impact of special events is expected to be minimal? And those are the questions.
All right, great. Thank you for the questions. Appreciate the continued engagement. So, Councilmember Jane, HUD funding, is there any mechanism to replace it? I think every jurisdiction, cities, counties, nonprofits are facing uncertainty around our federal government and decisions, specifically HUD, but many other areas. And so we will continue to monitor impacts, obviously with potential reductions in HUD funding. Alternative fundings would either have to come from other housing sources. We are limited in terms of what those are, and or the general fund. And so policy decisions would have to be made with regards to allocating dollars from reserves, reallocating dollars from other areas and services. And so as we find more information and what that HUD funding level looks like, we would have to come back, either rebalance or have that policy conversation in terms of those services at a later date. But what we've included in the budget is based on the best information we have as part of the, I believe, May 13th action when you reviewed the housing action plan and the dollars that were estimated as part of that plan. Councilmember Park asked a question around comparisons with other cities and specifically our capital projects. And I always like to caveat any information we do when it comes to comparing other cities, because you're right, other cities budget differently, other cities have different revenue streams, other cities have different ways of delivering services. We know, for example, our neighbor in Sunnyvale has a very unique public safety deployment model. We know cities like San Jose and Palo Alto have very dedicated capital funding streams for capital projects. And so the challenge of unfunded capital projects is one up and down the state and across our country. I've been before you many times, usually around the ballot time, giving options for the council to consider with regards to raising taxes or different options. Some of those remain on the table. There is capacity, from a capital revenue standpoint that some of our local cities have, our neighbors have, with regards to property type taxes, transaction taxes, storm fees, sales tax. And so those are difficult conversations because at the end of the day, those taxes impact one stakeholder or another, but there are also revenue options that other cities have considered and fund capital projects as a source of their revenue. Other cities, smaller cities, some cities our size have had policies that are similar to ours, as pay-as-you-go. If there's surplus funds, there's an allocation, and as a result, is affecting the infrastructure our community has. Other cities fund operating type costs in dedicated streams. So we've seen cities with both specific public safety taxes. You've heard of a 911 fee in some cities and library parcel taxes. So those are all different options that cities have with regards to revenues and how they're funded. So I do want to acknowledge that when we do compare with other cities, it's caveated that they deliver those services and have different revenue options. So as our city looks forward towards potential policy changes around capital projects, it's important to do that in a balanced way. And to the extent that our fiscal sustainability plan can identify additional capacity, allocating some of that capacity to other service needs as well as capital projects. There's a higher amount of our unfunded needs than we have dollars, and so those policy conversations, and albeit tough ones, will have to come forward through both the fiscal sustainability plan and as our city considers other potential measures at the ballot, both in 26 and beyond. And so that is ongoing work. It's not done overnight, and the funding of our capital projects in a fiscally prudent, ongoing way will take time, and will take many attempts at the ballot as well as future analysis. So wanted to acknowledge the differences in other cities. And that does tie into the discussion around population growth and other programs, library programs, unhoused programs. So most cities around our region are constrained with the same cost of doing business, the same labor cost market, the same housing cost market. And so cities aren't able to fund their budgets in a correlated way with population growth. And so that is a challenge across our region. With regards to libraries, there are creative options that other cities have had. We've seen neighboring cities have bonds around housing. We've seen other cities, I mentioned the parcel tax around libraries and public safety. There are options out there with regard to that. None of them are easy because there are stakeholders involved, but as we look at our unfunded needs, we'll continue to bring forward options to the council as way of funding additional capacity for those services. With regards to city council prioritization, I'll turn it to our city manager. I know that that's an interest, and in our Q&A we mentioned that would have to be done in a future session, but I know.
Sure. So as council knows, we're working on a dashboard and intend to publish a dashboard so that there's additional transparency in addition to reporting back to council on a biannual basis on where we are with your council priorities. But I think specific to council members' part question about doing a hierarchical prioritization of the council priorities, just bluntly, that's not planned. And really it's not planned because we're taking your priorities as a set and saying the city council has said all of these are important and we would like the organization to move forward on all of them. And I would actually say it's not that helpful if council says this is 1, 2, 3, and 4, because likely 1, 2, 3, and 4 are being worked on by various different units across the city. Have different budgets, have different schedules, and because something is your 1 doesn't mean it's going to get done before the item 3, 4, or 5. And so what we're really doing is we went through a process over the last 2 years to really narrow down your list of priorities, and now we have those priorities that you have uplifted and said these are our highest priority items for the organization. And so we've put people to them, we're putting timelines to them, we're allocating money to them, and we intend to move forward on them. Some will have fits and starts, others will move rapidly because the team that can execute that project and the hurdles in a particular project aren't great, so it's going to get done fast. And other things, and frankly, most of those projects are multi-year projects, right? They cannot get done within a single year. And so that's how we're proceeding. Certainly, able to take different direction to council if council does want to provide a specific numeral priority. I know we've had, and I've engaged with members of our public that have said we've articulated for X and it's number Y on your priority list, and really needed to articulate that the items are not listed in any specific priority order, where the thing that's 15 on the list is actually more important than the thing that's listed as number 10, because they're really taken as a lot out of all of the efforts that the organization is working on.
And there was a question, Mayor, you asked about the statement, minimal impact on staffing. I do not want to diminish the work for our special events. I think that answer was in the context of full-time staffing. This budget does not include funding for new full-time FTEs for our special events. It does include the overtime, the as-needed staffing, the third-party agency support to keep our city safe for our large events. In the response, it also contemplates temporary staffing. I've been in conversations with our city manager's office on potential temporary staff that would be brought online specific to resource some of the workload for our special events. And so those are funded through our either salary savings or specific vacancies within the departments. I do want to note that there are a handful of staff as we function and support our stadium authority, including myself, to the extent it supports our special events. We do have a tracking mechanism for that time. But from a standpoint of full-time new staffing, that's not included in the budget, and our city manager wants to add to that response as well.
And I'll just uplift that and say, Mayor, you're exactly right. It's a significant lift, both the execution of these major events as well as all the community engagement we want to do, right? And so that is important. We know that it certainly will impact our workload. And as we heard from our bargaining units, that's already significantly high, and we have a number of vacancies. And so I think actually as we had our priority setting conversation this year, that was one of the heavy themes is that there's a lot on the work plan for the next year. And so we certainly recognize that, and having the premier outdoor stadium venue in Northern California, where entities bid for events and we have a role in helping to execute them, certainly has an impact on Santa Clara that we all recognize.
You'd have to answer the other part of my question, was the impact on the community and the example of Santa Clara University not being able to have police services and
Absolutely.
extending into the old quad. That's just something I recently learned about. But I'm concerned going forward that there is no impact to our community because our community comes first. I know we have to staff the stadium and everything, but I don't want to leave our residents unprotected. So can you please address that?
Sure. I know the police department is working that into their plans, and I guess just for the public, what we have this year is Santa Clara University picks their graduation date more than 12 months in advance. And so they picked their graduation date. And then when FIFA rolled out their match schedule, one of the matches was on graduation day as well. And so it will be a significant lift for us as an organization. I know that the police department has had conversations with members of the university. One of those initial conversations, I think, was about potentially moving the graduation date, and the university said that that's not possible. And so I know that the department will need to work in protection of both events into their plans. And the good news about FIFA is that we will have outside resources. We have outside resources to help police Levi Stadium on a normal day, but certainly it will need to be worked into the plan so that we can provide appropriate public safety support in the old quad and for the university.
Yeah, because it's not just that day, it's what's leading up to it and after as well, as we all know by being down there for decades. Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to go to the public. Do we have anybody online, Deputy City Clerk? Oh, there is a hand.
Yes, we do have one request to speak online.
Edward, go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, I know there's a lack of funds with the city due to that last pandemic. I'm just hoping that in the future, if there's another pandemic in store, that the city, the county, and state will say no next time. It's just not worth destroying our economy. I could see what's going on now, where there's no funds and people can't afford to live here on the salaries to get police officers or people in other departments within the city. to survive here, to be able to survive here. I've seen people live in their cars and their RVs in my neighborhood here on North Side of Santa Clara. It's just ridiculous. And it, of course, the billions of dollars we talk about housing, billions of dollars that Newsom misplaced for the homeless. And while he's living in his mansion, his personal mansion, maybe some of our local representatives go up there to talk to him in his personal mansion about where those billions of dollars have gone. We are the highest tax state in the USA, and there's only so much people can pay for the corruption that's been going on. And now we see with LA that what's going on down there is it's just insane. And they think that's what they call a peaceful protest. That's ridiculous. I mean, how can people continue to vote for people like that? It's just unbelievable. And personally, I don't think our votes count anyway. I mean, I did see those Dominion voting machines. I haven't heard anybody else speak up about it, speak out against it. Mike Lindell, he's in Colorado now fighting it, and I don't think he's going to win because the court system's so corrupt. Yeah, all we could do is just keep praying. It's just crazy what's going on in the world today. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Edward. So it's a public hearing. Is there anyone else here in the council chambers or online that would like to speak? I don't see anyone else. Finn, do you have anybody else?
Madam Mayor, there's no other request to speak.
Thank you so much. May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Chahal, second by Councilmember Gonzalez to close the public hearing. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Councilmember Chahal, do you have a motion?
I'll make some comments, then I can make a motion. So, first of all, Dr. Ken and your team, appreciate all the efforts. And I think this is the first time we had so exhaustive process of having multiple study sessions and going through all the hoops and listening to the council as well as to the residents and coming up with appropriate changes to the budget. And it's a huge overlay, like uplift, 1.9 billion plus budget. That shows like how diverse and unique Santa Clara is. Basically, I think Councilmember Park was mentioning, it's not related to the population, it's what all the accessory units, domains we have basically. So I appreciate those and your answers in writing to each and every study session. That was very informative and appreciate your team's efforts. You listened and made modifications to the budget. We appreciate that. Fiscal sustainability plan, that is, I am probably most of my colleagues, they're looking forward to it. And that should be a white paper on our budget going forward, what changes we can make on that. Based on that, CIP budget or other budget stabilization budget, like we have 25%, but we would like to see what are the findings of fiscal sustainability plan, and looking forward to that report anytime soon. One thing I've noted, since you have started giving budget, you know, we always have to have a variances, and your projections are always within those margins. But wherever the margins are not within your forecast, those have been favorable to us, basically. We have been making more spare money to use in a way we want to use that. So that's always a good thing for that matter. There's a Councilmember Cox brought forward the Santa Clara University not having adequate public safety on that particular day. Basically, I would suggest that we basically send our calendar of those events to all the major stakeholders in the city who need our support down every now and then about public safety and all these aspects, so that they know. I know this event was planned way ahead in 1 year, so we can't blame university for that, but at least we can take some corrective actions that we send that our FIFA and Super Bowl and all those dates to all the stakeholders. Hey, these are our dates. We are very tight on these particular dates. So please, if you have an event where you need public safety support or any type of major support from the city, so please make sure you move those events to a different date, basically. And with that, Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion to accept staff recommendation for all 5 of those items.
So item 7, that first, and then I'm going to ask for a second one for the item 8.
I'll second that.
Okay, we'll start with item 7.
Okay, yes,
So,
item 7.
Item 7, Councilmember Chahal made the motion to approve the staff, all 5 staff recommendations for the budgets, and seconded by Councilmember Hardy. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I was going to take a point of personal order, I mean, I've had my hand raised even before, and you haven't let me speak.
You've spoken several times. I take a deference to that. I call you when your hand is raised. You've spoken multiple times. Please do not say I haven't called on you. I've called on you every time, period.
I mean, this meeting is supposed to be for a robust discussion, and at some point, interrupting me when I'm trying to ask a question because you don't like the lead up to the question is not very good for the chair. But also, I had my hand raised even prior to going to the public, and it was lowered, so I don't know how that happened. But I do have a couple of questions.
I really don't touch any of that, so.
Understood. So, I mean, I understand the city manager said that we're taking our priorities as a set. You said that we basically took all the priorities. But we never really had a single discussion on placing projects above another. We never really had that. We talk about priorities discussions, but we're really just talking about the set of all the things that we wanted to work on. I mean, I'm not even talking numeric priorities, but it would have been nice to have or set a bucketization, high, medium, low, these kinds of things. I mean, when I look at the priorities, I realize that there's a lot of things to work on, and we can just pull. I mean, it may be we can just pull the things that we have time for, the ones that we have staff for, the ones that we have an idea how to handle. But at some point, I'm not sure that the items that I would place above the others would be handled in that order or in any kind of order. So it's a concern. Before I heard your explanation about Santa Clara University, I couldn't help but think it was a scheduling problem. I mean, people are scheduled it 12 months in advance, and they said it's not possible to move it, and I think that's very interesting. But the other thing to note is, whether they move it or not, we're going to have 6 days. We're going to have a situation repeated 6 times. We're going to have 6 days where our police will be concentrated at the stadium and anywhere in the city, doesn't matter what's happening, may have some issues. I don't know if, I kind of like to hear a plan of how we're going to do this. It doesn't have to be now, but I mean, I think this is something we are going to have to address. Meaning we could say that it is a scheduling problem, and sounds like part of it is, but even if people do reschedule, we are going to have 6 days where we're possibly going to have gaps in public safety. So this is something I want to bring up. Thank you.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to be in support of this motion, but I think a few words that our director mentioned was maybe in the future, hopefully in near future, rebalance and come back to look at things. I know that we have a structural deficit, but there's a lot of moving parts here for next year. And as we move forward with some of the things that we want to do, and hopefully maybe we can find more resources to help our HR department fill some of the vacancies that we have. There's just a lot of things that we need to do, and definitely the budget is shows the values that we have as a city. I just want to mention, I know the city of San Jose today passed a measure, well, actually their budget with $1.5 million for immigrants, to support immigrants in that city. Obviously, we're not as big as San Jose, so I wouldn't, we just don't have the resources to do something like that here. But looking at a structural deficit, we need to make sure that we find ways to address the needs that we have, and hopefully, we can see sooner rather than later some additional money coming in that we can spend on resources to support the ongoing needs of the city. I could say that we've heard today, money is not going to resolve everything. So how do we, work with our departments to make sure that we can find solutions to address the staffing needs, and we definitely don't want to see burnout within our departments. We want to find ways to support our staff, and I think the staff is part of the solution as we do that. So how do we do that to find those synergies to make sure that whether it's resources, whether it's different ways, processes that we might change to make sure that we can, implement, the services and things that we need, not only for our staff, but for the residents of Santa Clara. So, we have a lot of difficult challenges, here in the next year. I know that we have the staff that's capable to deal with this, but definitely if whatever we can do as far as the council is concerned to make sure that we can address this is important. And I think Director Lee, you're at the forefront of this. So any ideas that you have to make sure that we can find more resources sooner rather than later, I think it's important. So thank you for the work on this, and staff for the work on this that you've done.
Find us more money, Director Lee. Did you hear that? City Manager, final comments?
Yes, really quick, Mayor. Just want to correct a statement that was made for the record. When we have FIFA or Super Bowl or frankly any event at the stadium, we will always maintain patrol staffing. And so just for the record, I don't want anyone to think that even on the day where we have Santa Clara University graduation and a FIFA game, that we will not have patrol staffing. So all the police in the city will not be up at the stadium. We do maintain coverage, and certainly in the appropriate venue, we can articulate deployment plans to the city council, but we would not do that publicly.
No, thank you. I appreciate that, because I expect that we're going to have patrol staff always, no matter what, when. And if they have to fill the stadium with, our corresponding agencies, that's what we're going to have to do. But our city always has to be protected, the entirety of the city. I just want to say thank you to the staff, Director Lee, all of you for putting together this budget. I've seen a lot of budgets, and every year they just get so much more complicated. So thank you so much for all of your good work. I think it's a really good document. I'm going to support the motion. And thank you for your patience in answering all of our questions over the last few sessions. I'm just hoping in the future we can get more community involvement in this budget. This is really a first year I've seen the least amount of community involvement of all the years. I don't think we had very many people at any study session, or I know it's late, and that's part of the issue that here we are, it's 11:15, in the evening, and we're talking about the budget. So I think we have to do better at that, at making sure that, we are engaging our community more. But thank you very much. Really appreciate all the hard work that was put together to put this document together. So, City Clerk, when you're ready. Motion and a second for staff recommendation. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Congratulations. Councilmember Chahal, do you have a second motion for the
I can make
number
a
8?
second motion for item 8 as per staff recommendation of approving the appropriation limit. You want me to read it?
I think Vin, are you okay with the motion? Do you understand?
Item number 8, staff recommendation.
Okay, you got that. Thank you. So we have a motion by Councilmember Chahal, second by Councilmember Gonzalez for the staff recommendation for the appropriations limit. Please register your vote. Please register. There you go, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. Congratulations to all of you. Very heavy lift. We appreciate that. All right, next, Vice Mayor Cox, you're going to have to take over for me. It's public hearing, action on a resolution approving the levy of benefit assessment upon the City of Santa Clara Parking Maintenance District Number 122, Franklin Square. My office is in the Franklin Square, so I'll be recusing myself. Vice Mayor Cox will take over, and I get a break. Thank you. Stretch. There you go.
Does anybody else need a break, or are we just going to get through these
No,
last
we're
ones?
going.
All right.
We got to move. I want to finish by midnight.
Okay, moving on.
Good. Do we need a break? We're good.
Okay, the next item is public hearing, council consideration of a resolution approving the levy of benefit assessment upon parking maintenance district number 122 at Franklin Square. At this time, I'm declaring this public hearing open. So do we have a staff presentation for this?
Yes. Thank you, Vice Mayor Cox and members of the City Council. Given the hour, I would just introduce Director Craig Mobeck from the Public Works Department to provide the staff presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. The next item is to consider a resolution related to fiscal year 25-26 annual assessments for the Franklin Square Parking Maintenance District. And Council previously approved tonight for a public hearing. The Maintenance District has been set up for Franklin Square property owners to contribute an amount based on their property building square footage. And the intent of these funds is to pay for capital repairs to the common areas and the parking lots and the walkways. The annual combined assessments are comprised of a flat rate of $14,200, offset by any account interest. And so based on the calculation for the upcoming fiscal year, the total amount being assessed for the entire maintenance district is about $10,600. And again, that will be shared amongst all property owners based on building square footage. The city is responsible for the general day-to-day maintenance and operations throughout the year, and that's associated again with the common areas and the parking lots. The amount budgeted for these obligations is approximately $140,000. There are no capital repairs scheduled for the next fiscal year, so nothing is included in the budget from the property owner's contribution account. Tonight, staff recommends that council adopt a resolution approving the levy of the fiscal year 25-26 assessments and approve, confirm, and adopt the director's report. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you, Director Mobeck. We'll go to questions from members of the council about this. Thank you. Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I was reading the staff report, and can you confirm that currently the property owners do not contribute anything to the operations and maintenance costs of the Franklin Mall public areas? And from 1965 to 2002, the cost of maintenance and operation of PMD 122 was divided between the city and property owners. And I'm going to read from a council resolution. Whereas on the 16th day of January 1996, this council adopts its resolution number 6105, ordering that 75% of the costs and expenses of maintaining and operating said public improvements, beginning with fiscal year 1996 to 97, within the parking maintenance district, including the cost of necessary repairs, replacements, water, fuel, power, gas, electric, shall be assessed either partly or wholly upon the lots and parcels of the property within the maintenance district, benefited thereby in accordance with the formula set forth, and the city shall be responsible for the balance of the costs and expenses. So I think what I'm understanding is that earlier the property owners were paying 75%, and then I see here, whereas on the 9th day of July 2002, this council determined that the property owners contribute $14,200 annually, less earned interest on the accumulating balance to pay for capital repairs on the parking lots, associated walkways, and none towards the cost of the other costs of maintenance and operations of the parking maintenance district. So I think what I'm asking is that earlier the property owners were paying 75% of the costs, and then in 2002, they weren't paying anything of the costs. Can you just confirm that to your recollection? And then I have another question, is the council did not actually approve the $14,200. So from 2002 till now, which is 23 years, the capital assessment did not increase 1 penny from $14,200. Can you confirm that? And then the second is that in the council did not approve even taking the $14,200 levy of benefit assessment in 2024-25. So there's nothing collected from the property owners. Do you know whether the property owners rebated the savings to their tenants or reduced the rents for their tenants as a result of not having to pay that money? Thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Gonzalez, yes.
Just a question as far as, obviously there's some maintenance that has to occur there. Does this money, it seems like there's a robust $187,056 in that account. What is the cost to maintain, the facilities on a yearly basis? Or I'm not sure if I'm sure the parking lot is not, asphalted every year, but what is just the cost to maintain that, the public areas there that these monies are going to?
Thank you, Director Mobeck. We have no other questions.
Okay, thank you for the questions. And so, Councilmember Jane, a number of questions there. So yes, you are correct in terms of the day-to-day maintenance. That is the approximately $140,000 that the city pays for to cover, all the regular maintenance that goes on. The property owners do not contribute to that. They contribute the $14,200 minus any interest. That is only for capital repairs. So if we have to repave the parking lot or we have to fix a walkway, the money comes out of that. You also referenced the history of some of the past payments that were set up for the maintenance district, and you are correct. Before the previous arrangement, the arrangement was in place was the 75% coming from the property owners and the city covering the rest. In 2002, this came before council because it cannot be changed unilaterally. Everything has to be changed via a vote. At that time, staff presented information to the council and the staff did not recommend making any changes, but ultimately the council approved changes and that resulted into what is happening in the present day and what I talked to you about tonight. You did reference the 14,200 being flat since that 2002 timeframe with no escalators. That's correct. Based on what council approved at that time, it was a flat rate of 14,200 minus the interest. There was no provisions for escalations over the years, so it has stayed the same. You referenced last year where the city did not make this assessment, and so therefore the property owners did not pay into their fund for last year. In terms of how they handled that with their tenants, I don't have that information on if they would pass any savings along or how their rents are structured. And Councilmember Gonzalez, in terms of maintaining the lot, so right today, what we talked about is $140,000 for the budget for next year. That's the city's obligation for all the maintenance, the landscaping, the trees, all that day-to-day stuff. In terms of the past and what we've paid last year, for example, $16,000 roughly was paid out of the capital fund, and that was replaced some sections of walkways. So it can vary from time to time. We've done some overlays, 5 years ago, we'll pull money out of the property owner account, but that does not cover any of the city's obligations for the day-to-day maintenance.
All right, well, this is a public hearing, so at this time we'll move to members of the public. Deputy City Clerk, do you have any members of the public? I'm sorry.
Madam Vice Mayor, there's no request to speak.
Okay. Councilmember Shahal, excuse me.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I had a follow-up question to ask, basically. So the funds which are maintained by the property owners over there, who is the custodian of those funds? Because we deduct the interest out of 14,200, we minus that interest. So is the city the custodian, or they are the custodian of that?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, the city holds those funds in account. So when we make the assessment tonight, if the assessment gets approved, then the property owners would pay into that. That goes into the account that specifically holds only that money, and interest is accrued off of that. And then that is what's applied against the 14,200 annually.
Oh, so custodian of the 14,200 money, not the rest of the full balance, principal balance, right? We are not the custodian of that.
So yeah, well, when the property owners make their annual payments, that comes into account that the city does oversee.
Okay.
And then obviously the money we pay in, like the $140,000, that's in our account that we oversee as well.
Okay. The reason I asked, if the city is custodian of the full fund, then we should be knowing if we refunded anything to landowner. But you mentioned they are the custodian. They are maintaining that account, basically.
No, we maintain that account, and if we do capital repairs, that would be in the annual assessments, and then we pull that money off of that account.
Oh, okay. So last year, to answer Councilmember Jain's question, as we did not take out 14,200 because we didn't do any capital investment, or it was not approved by the council, basically, so we have the full funds under the city right now.
So yes, last year there was no assessment, so the 14,200 minus the interest, we did not collect, so nothing went into that account.
Okay.
But there still is there is an amount in that account that we hold. That's what's collecting the interest.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And Director Mobeck, can you clarify, I think when we brought this up, maybe it was with the city manager a few weeks ago, it's my understanding that the property owners had some process of being able to vote on what their assessment would be previously, because we were a minority party in that they were able to essentially say they wanted to keep it perhaps since 2002 times at that 14,000 rate. Is that correct?
Yes, so several years ago, council had asked staff to meet with the property owners and talk about this arrangement to see if there is any interest in them increasing their contributions to catch up with some of the present day costs. So we had a series of discussions with them. Ultimately, they came back and said they were not interested in increasing that, and that's something we cannot change unilaterally. It would have to go for a vote. So any change to the maintenance districts gets done by a vote.
All right, thank you. I think I was supposed to close public comment after I asked for.
Yeah.
Do I need to ask again if there's public comment since we spoke afterwards?
You certainly could ask again if anyone's popped up since you last asked.
Deputy City Clerk, anybody interested online?
Vice Mayor, there's no request to speak.
Okay, and nobody in the audience?
Motion to close public hearing.
Second.
Do I need to tell you who made that and seconded it? You got it, Deputy City Clerk. Yes. Please register your vote. Oh, okay.
And I would like to make the motion.
Well, I think this one, because do we need to proceed with deliberations on actions on the proposed levy of assessment now, or?
There is a statement to make regarding Prop 218 that I
Okay,
think is there for you.
perfect. So because this action does not include an increase in the assessment increase, no special protest or vote is required under Prop 218. We can now proceed with deliberations and action on the proposed levy of assessment for Maintenance District Number 122 Franklin Square.
Okay, I'd like to make the following motion, which follows a motion that I made, or Councilmember Becker made, actually, in 2022. And it says follows: adopt a resolution approving the levy of benefit assessment upon the City of Santa Clara Parking Maintenance District Number 122, and approving and confirming and adopting Director's Report for fiscal year 2025-26, and reserving the right to dissolve the maintenance district at any time.
Second.
Okay. I had your hand up, Councilmember Jane, but I'm assuming that was for the motion. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just as far as the motion, City Manager, is it, I'm not sure what it's directing you to do, but it's obviously directing you to do something different than your recommendation. If you can just maybe address that fact.
I'll let the city attorney take it.
Yeah, that's the, thank you, Vice Mayor and council members. The reservation of right is something you have anyway. There is a process for that you would need to go through, and I don't think the maker of the motion intends to circumvent that process. I think it's more of a note for the record that that is something that the council could consider and you know, initiate at a later time, but it's no direction to us, and it doesn't really change the crux of the motion, which is to proceed with the assessment.
Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, it's exactly the same wording of a motion that was made and approved in June 7th, 2022. So it's following exactly this previous process.
Yeah, and I'm looking at staff if they have any issue with that. I don't have an issue with it.
No, that was a substitute motion at that time, but as you mentioned, city council always has the option to get out of, you know, and get rid of the maintenance district. That's an option.
Right. If there's no further questions, I think we're ready for you, Deputy City Clerk. Great. That passes 6 with 1 recusal. Thank you. My job's done. Do you want me to go grab the mayor? Oh, thank you. Let's do a 5-minute break. Great.
5-minute break for the record.
I have to do my Duolingo before midnight.
All right, thank you. We're moving to item number 10. Kelly?
Lisa, I did so well.
The public hearing, action on a resolution approving the levy of benefit assessment upon Maintenance District Number 183, Santa Clara Convention Center Complex. Is there a staff presentation? I declare the public hearing open.
There's a staff presentation that will be provided by Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works.
Very good. When you're ready, Craig, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The next item of consideration is a resolution relating to 25-26 annual assessment for the Santa Clara Convention Center Maintenance District number 183 and approval of the director's report. Previously, council set tonight as a public hearing for this item. The assessment funds the shared maintenance associated with the Convention Center complex grounds, which includes items such as parking lot cleaning, signage, striping, fountain maintenance, landscaping, lighting, sidewalk, utilities, and asphalt maintenance. The total assessment for fiscal year 25-26 is approximately $1.99 million. The three parties in the district, the Santa Clara Convention Center, the Hyatt Hotel, and the Tech Mart, have discussed this year's assessment and all have voted in support of it. The city's share of the cost for the upcoming fiscal year is approximately $940,000. The Tech Mart is approximately $643,500, and the Hyatt is approximately $409,500. Staff is recommending that council confirm the votes in favor of the assessment have been received, adopt a resolution approving the levy of fiscal year 25-26 assessment on the Convention Center Maintenance District number 183, and approve, confirm, and adopt the director's report. That concludes the presentation.
Thank you. Do we have any council questions on this? Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I read in the report that the city's portion of the maintenance and operations is $630,000. And there's something in there for dynamic parking controls, $305,000. And I wondering what that's for, whether we're planning to put in some more intelligent parking at the convention center. And so that comes to $935,000. And does that come from the general fund? Why doesn't it come from, I think Director Lee's here, why doesn't it come from the operating fund for the convention center? So that I was curious about why we're subsidizing that from general fund. And maybe begs the question, what else are we subsidizing at the convention center from our general fund? Because the convention center is showing a profit, but if we're not including all the costs, is it really showing a profit? So that's my question.
This is on the parking district only, but is there any other council questions? Seeing none, Director Lee, whoever wants to answer. Craig, go ahead.
Yeah. So thanks for the questions. Yes, in terms of the dynamic parking controls, those are the parking controls that go on throughout the year when there's events. So different contracts come out, make changes, put up cones, put up signage, so that covers that. It doesn't cover any of the potential future changes, say with like paid parking. In terms of the funding, so the city's portion has historically come from the general's fund. It has never been pulled out of the operating budget, as far as I know, for the convention center. At least in the most recent history since I've been here, it always has come from the general fund.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, and the public hearing's open. Do we have any member of the public that wants to speak on this? I don't see any online. Deputy City Clerk?
Madam Mayor, there's no request to speak.
Okay, thank you. May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion second to close the public hearing. Please register when it's ready. Register your vote. And that passes unanimously. City Manager.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to piggyback on the response to the question about general fund costs at the convention center. And so while the convention center has started to turn a profit, all of those funds are needed for capital improvements at the convention center. And historically, the city has covered the subsidy for the convention center. And as the Public Works Director noted, historically, the general fund has covered this maintenance district costs. Now, going forward, in line with the council priority to install parking meters at the convention center, we will be doing an RFP and tagged along with that doing revenue projections. So the hope is that the subsidy will go down significantly, if not be totally erased. And so based on your council priority, we are furthering that through the RFP for a parking vendor, for a parking meter system and related software for the convention center.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. A question following that, like we got for event management, we are spending $300K almost every year, right? So are we looking at some solution which is technical, like Hyatt has its own parking space, TechMart has its own parking space. They can use their passes to go into their parking parking spaces, and we basically have electronic gates for others. Why do we need that type of spending $300K when we can make a small investment into those two areas where they are demarcated, so that we don't have to spend $300K every year for managing those events, so that nobody can enter into Hyatt and TechMart space, basically?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So right now, I know that the Hyatt does have some areas that are cordoned off in terms of for their parking. Each facility, TechMart and the Hyatt, has some parking that's associated within their lease. With some of those dynamic controls, there's still some areas where people can get in. There's also additional support needed when we have bigger events to help out with parking, direction, getting people into the right areas. As we move forward in terms of, as the city manager mentioned, with paid parking, that's when we'd look at how do we finalize and segregate the areas so you can't have any cross traffic. And that would be how we deal with like the Hyatt, and if they have, you know, their tenants, that they would access those, whether it's a room key or something like that. But that's all part of what's going to happen with that exercise.
Okay, so we are basically looking forward to that, so that we don't have to spend recurring on one-time investment, and which that should help. Okay.
That would be one of the goals, is to try and get that squared away to make it as simple as possible.
Perfect. Thanks.
Councilmember Jane.
So I know we've issued an RFP to look at parking at the convention center. Will it be looking at offsetting this subsidy that we're giving? I mean, and as we're losing HUD funding, it just seems crazy to me that we're subsidizing parking when we could be using that to subsidize low-income people through the funds that would normally go for HUD funding. So, but are we also looking at recovering capital costs, the cost of replacing the parking structure when it's end of life or repairing it? So is that as part of the whole analysis to cover the subsidy as well as the capital costs of the structure?
Sure. All of that will be factored in when we determine the actual rate of parking. As the director mentioned, there are a number of parking agreements that we have to meet. For example, the Techmark, and there are roughly 1,000 spaces that they get, and so as well as the Hyatt Hotel. But specifically for convention or people that going to the convention center, we will take a look at what is the going rate in the market, what is the demand for parking, and set it at a rate that is appropriate to recover hopefully all of the subsidy and put some toward capital. But those decisions are TBD.
All right, may I have a motion for the
Motion to
staff
approve.
recommendation?
Madam Mayor, we have a process to go through.
Oh,
first.
sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
But I thought he said the 3 votes were in favor already.
No,
have to
he
go through it?
he included that as part of the recommendation, but we need some formality with the clerk.
We already did that. Didn't we close the public hearing?
We did close the public
Oh, we
hearing.
did.
So it's just that statement, Mayor. For
Okay, thank you. The proposed rate increases are subject to Prop 218 voter approval requirements, which require that increase to be approved by a majority vote of the affected property owners. Deputy City Clerk, do you have any information about the number of votes that were received?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. As of the conclusion of the public hearing, the City of Santa Clara received 3 votes in favor of the proposed rate assessment increase. The number of votes does amount to a majority vote of the identified parcel owners subject to the assessment. Consequently, there are enough votes under Proposition 218 for the City Council to proceed with considering the resolution.
Oh, very good. It was unanimous. All right, thank you. We can now proceed. Okay, we did proceed with deliberations. May I have a motion, please, for approval? Councilmember Park.
I mean, when we're looking at, I guess, when it comes back to us, when we're looking at parking meters and things like that, we'll take a look at the costs and how much it will take to subsidize if we decide to put parking meters in, the cost of the parking meters, and then ongoing costs for, how much we could make once the parking meters are in. I mean, I'd kind of like to see, just a comment, I kind of like to see that we make some money, but it's not, the purpose is not to penalize people that are going there. I think that it would be to encourage turnover, so that if there is a busy event, people will come, stay for a while, and then leave. And if we could do that by, I guess when it comes up, we'll have those discussions. So
Is there someone?
I will make the motion to adopt a resolution approving the levy of benefit assessment upon the Santa Clara Convention Center Complex, Maintenance District Number 183, and approving, confirming, and adopting the Director's Report for fiscal year 2025-26.
Second that.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Park, second by Councilmember Chahal for the staff recommendation. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. City Manager, I'm going to ask you about this last item. I see it's going to be a long PowerPoint, and it's midnight, and I would think our community would be interested in this, but nobody's here, hardly anyone's online. Is there a timeline on this? Can we do it the next meeting?
You do have a fairly impacted schedule at your next meeting. This item is needed to put the item, to authorize the county to include taxation for the capital bond in the property tax roll. So we have planned the item for tonight. I know that there is a
I know it's planned tonight. It's midnight, and it's an important item, and there is no public even looking at this now. I'm just wondering, it seems like such an important item, we shouldn't be doing it right now.
So technically, we can do it at your next meeting, but that would be the very last time before we have to submit it to the county. So we would be pushing up against that deadline.
Can we put it first on the agenda?
Yes, now my computer is obviously freezing. I was attempting to go to what's on your business calendar for your very next meeting.
I just think it's important enough that it deserves to be during the hours that people are awake.
Totally agree.
Mayor, I had a comment.
Right now.
Mayor, I had a comment.
Yeah, all right, my computer is obviously freezing. So we can adjust the schedule. I know that we have, we'll work it out, and if we want to continue this item until next meeting, we'll rebalance.
Towards the beginning of the agenda?
Yes.
All right, may I have a motion for that?
Motion to continue the item for next meeting?
And a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Chahal.
I had a comment, Mayor.
Please.
I'd like to speak on this item.
I get it,
Before we
but
vote.
please,
Before we vote.
settle down. I get it. I'm running the meeting, thank you.
But he's
I don't need you screaming out. All right, we have who made the motion? Councilmember Chahal, second by Councilmember Hardy. Councilmember Jane, your hand is up.
Yes, the voters of Santa Clara have already voted on the bond. All this is doing is it is allowing the assessor to start putting on the tax assessments an assessment to pay for these bonds that the voters have already accepted. I don't think this is a complicated or controversial topic.
I'll just comment on that since I asked for the continuance. It's not complicated or controversial, but we shouldn't be doing this at midnight. We haven't done a bond since the 50s, and this is very new for all of us in the city. So we just should keep our public informed as we're going through all of this because they're not familiar with what we're doing. So I just don't think midnight, especially for those of us working people and those who are asleep right now and have to get to work in the morning, that it's not, and our staff as well, it's not the appropriate hour to do it. So that's all. It's not, I'm not saying it's controversial, it's just we need to keep our public informed every step of the way. City Manager, you're
Sure.
up.
I have it now. So your next business calendar, you have a study session during the meeting on the El Camino Real specific plan. You have your decision on the design and location for the Rainbow Crosswalk. We're continuing a two-lot subdivision to another meeting. You have the contract award for one of your major power expansion projects, the Kiefer and Scott receiving stations for SVP, as well as 3 resolutions of necessity related to SVP projects and meeting management protocols. And so looking at that.
Sounds perfect.
Yeah, we may need to push one of the items, and so we'll look into that. But if council wants to continue this item to the next meeting, we will
We
accommodate.
have a motion and second to do that. Councilmember Gonzalez.
I wanted to mention, even though this is perfunctory as far as, and the school district has done this quite a few times since 2008. This is something, as the mayor mentioned, that's something that the city has not done, and I think it's important for the people to visibly see the presentation and go through that process.
Thank you. So we have a motion second. Assistant City Clerk, when you're ready. Please register your vote. And that passes 6-1. Thank you. Next, we have reports of members and special committees. Councilmember Jane.
Yes, last week, as part of a VTA delegation, I went to Dallas to visit DART, the Dallas Area Rapid Transit. VTA's fleet of light rail vehicles is aging, and we need to replace the vehicles. So we had 2 objectives. One was to look at longer vehicles, 120-foot light rail cars that would save us having to link cars together. It would save us effort and trouble. DART has the 125-foot vehicles. And the other thing we were looking at was light rail vehicles with batteries on board so that we could actually go off catenary for a section of the track. And that was not that productive because they're having a lot of troubles with their battery systems because they were in a hurry to pick them and they didn't do probably the proper due diligence. So that was my trip to Dallas.
Vice Mayor Cox.
I would just like to remind everyone that you received on BCC an invitation to tomorrow's Sunnyvale City Hall for the Cities Association annual picnic. That's tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Their theme is a lively discussion about how we can achieve the most effective relationships with our councils, city staff, and colleagues. This is open to all council members, so if you want to go, I'll be there. See ya.
Thank you. City Manager, Executive Director report?
No report.
We have a couple of adjournments this evening. We're going to start with Councilmember Jane.
Yes, I know we're adjourning this meeting in memory of 3 people. One of them is my neighbor, Mildred McClintock. Mildred Claire McClintock, known to everyone as Maddie, was born May 16, 1925, to Roscoe and Beatrice Smith, and was one of 3 children. She passed away on May 29th 2025, soon after celebrating her 100th birthday. Maddie was a fourth-generation Santa Claran and dearly loved Santa Clara. She enjoyed sitting on her front porch talking with everyone who passed by. Maddie eloped to Texas on October 8, 1943, to marry Darrell McClintock. Darrell was ready to be shipped off to Germany to complete 27 missions as a top turret gunner on a B-17. She and Darrell raised 3 children, Bob, Bruce, and Nancy. She and Darrell were happily married for 42 years. Maddie and Darrell loved camping and fishing, relishing in the great outdoors. Like most Santa Clarans, she was very fond of apricots, often joking that she would rob a bank for apricots. She loved Christmas and in later years had a Christmas tree up all year. Maddie was a dedicated fan of both the San Francisco 49ers and the Giants. Maddie greatly enjoyed her life as a Santa Claran, taking pleasure in every moment as a dedicated wife, mother, grandmother, and skilled gardener. Maddie is survived by her son Bruce and daughter Nancy, and grandchildren Laura, Liana, Darrell, and Matthew. Also by 2 great-grandchildren, Lincoln and Brooklyn.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Cox.
We'd also like to adjourn the June 10th meeting today in memory of Dane Mecklin. Chef Dane Mecklin passed away on April 18th, 2025, from acute myeloid leukemia. He's survived by his wife, Karen Cornwell, 3 sons, Zachary, Joshua, Skylar, and his sister, Paige. Dane lived a full and adventurous life, traveling all over the world. Dane secured his culinary degree from the California Culinary Academy in San Francisco and went on to open a few restaurants in Cabo San Lucas before he settled down in Santa Clara with his wife, Karen. Dane and Karen raised 3 Eagle Scouts together, and he enjoyed cooking for the Scouts. He even served Eggs Benedict to a group of shocked parents while on a Cub Scout camp trip. Dane was an extraordinary chef who apprenticed at many fine institutions and opened Chef Dane's to bring his fine cuisine to hundreds of Silicon Valley families. Dane helped create community wherever he went and was the driving force behind the Cub Scouts baked potato booth and organized the Scout pancake breakfast at the Santa Clara Art and Wine Festival. At his service yesterday, people lined up to share stories of Dane, all with the core theme of living life to the fullest. Some people passed through life quietly, but Dane lived out loud. He chased every chance to grow, explore, and connect. And he embraced each challenge and opportunity as a gift that life was handing him. He was always learning, growing, and connecting. Karen, his wife, reminded us that Dane's life is a testimony to the phrases that all that glitters is not gold and all that wander are not lost. Chef Dane will be missed by the Washington Open community, the Scout community, his men's group community, and by the Santa Clara community.
Thank you. So may I have a motion that we adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Craig Connolly, Mildred McClintock, and Dane Mecklin?
So moved.
Was that Councilmember Park? Was that you? Motion by Councilmember Park, second by Councilmember Gonzalez to adjourn in all 3 of their memories. Please register your vote. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. This meeting's adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone. Get home safely.